Trustee Jones, the live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good afternoon and welcome to the June 16th, 2021 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 4:06 p.m. Due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20 issued March 17, 2020, the board members have the option to attend the meeting and take action on any item telephonically. Mrs. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein.
Here.
Trustee Bullockis.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos is absent this evening. Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek. I believe Trustee Hanachek is logging on. We'll come back. Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Before the board recesses to closed session, do we have any speaker cards or people registered to speak to any closed session items? I believe we have Natalie Zoller. Is she on the line?
Natalie registered to speak, but she is not available online.
Okay, so there is no one else here present. So the board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. Public health emergency consultation with agency counsel. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 4 cases. Significant exposure to litigation, 1 case. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 6 cases. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, and unrepresented employees, associate superintendents, and deputy superintendent. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, 3 cases. Public employee employment/appointment, principal elementary and middle school, multiple sites, principal middle school, and principal high school. Public employment and evaluation of performance, superintendent. The board will now recess to closed session.
Trustee Jones and Clerk of the Board, the live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the June 16th, 2021 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:06 p.m. Due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive order N2920 issued on March 17, 2020, the board members have the option to attend the meeting or take action on any item telephonically. And just so you know, Trustee Bulkus is attending telephonically. She is on vacation, and Trustee Castellanos will not be with us most of the evening. She may drop in for a while, but she has had a death in the family. The boardroom is now open to the public in accordance with the California Department of Public Health guidelines in place for K-12 public school districts. Everyone is required to wear a mask regardless of vaccination status, and social distancing practices are being followed. The public is also allowed to participate in this board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to call in if you wish to address the board on any agenda item this evening. Board Policy 1313, Civility Policy, promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. Any individual who disrupts or threatens to disrupt school or office operations, use obscenities, or speaks in a demanding, loud, insulting, and or demeaning manner will be directed to leave school district property. As a reminder, oral communications is for non-agenda items, and the board policy limits time allotted to 20 minutes and 3 minutes per speaker, but it could be less if there are a large number of speakers. Oral communications is an opportunity for the public to comment on any pertinent issue that is not on the agenda. Under California law, board members are not allowed to respond to non-agenda oral communications comments. Let's see, as a reminder, once an agenda item has begun, no further blue speaker cards will be accepted. Please note, staff has made minor spelling and grammar revisions to the following items. Item 28, which is 20, 21, 22, local control accountability plan and annual update. Also item 51, resignations / retirement / employment, certificated employees. And item 56, declaration of need for fully qualified educators. And item 66, trustee request resolution number 2021/51, resolution in support of the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now Coalition. Staff has also made a correction to item 38, purchase of elementary history social science curriculum for district-wide one-year pilot for 2021-2022 school year. It is being funded by ESSER funds, not lottery funds. Copies are available in the back of the room and on the district website. Sorry for all of this. Additionally, on item 45, I am to consider and approve revised job titles / description / staff is also asking for approval of the item that the board directs staff, with approval of the item, the board directs staff to update the confidential salary schedule with approved title changes. There will not be any monetary changes to the salary schedule. Okay, Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bronstein. Here. Trustee Bulkus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos is currently absent. Trustee Davis. Here. Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here. Okay, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Ailey Karayan. Will everyone stand?
Put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Eileen. Where are you a student? Eileen's a student in one of our schools. Where are you a student?
Carl Hankey.
Carl Hankey. Yay. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Second.
Second.
It's moved by, I'm sorry, Trustee Davis and seconded by Trustee Hanachek. Mrs. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein. Aye. Trustee Bilikus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-1 by a roll call vote to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Mrs. Hayes, will you please read out the report out from closed session?
On agenda item 3A, public health emergency, no reportable action. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendation on the following ADR cases. Case number 20201117, case number 20210324, case number 20210430, case number 20210503. On agenda item 3B5, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendation on the following OAH cases: 2021010262, 2021010308, 2021030280, 2021030703, 2021040222, 2021040251. On agenda item 3D, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item E1, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendation for the reassignment of certificated employee 149, whereby the employee will be compensated their admin salary for the 2021 from 2021 in 2021, 2022 in exchange for waiving all claims against CUSD. On agenda item E2, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendation for the reassignment of certificated employee 103, whereby the employee will be appointed to an admin position in exchange for waiving all claims against CUSD. On agenda item E3, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve staff recommendation for the reassignment of certificated employee 881, whereby the employee will be appointed to an admin position in exchange for waiving all claims against CUSD. On agenda item F1, trustees voted 6-0-1 to approve the following staff recommendation. Jacqueline Campbell, elementary principal, will be assigned to Kenosha Elementary School effective July 1, 2021. Jose Luis Pedraza, elementary principal, will be assigned to Moulton Elementary School effective July 1, 2021. Cindy Steiner, middle school principal, will be assigned to Ladera Ranch Middle School effective July 1, 2021. George Duarte, middle school principal, will be assigned to Aliso Viejo Middle School effective July 1, 2021. On agenda item F2, trustees voted 6-0-1 to appoint Mr. Michael Kim to the position of middle school principal assigned to Las Flores Middle School effective July 1. On agenda item F3, trustees voted 6-0-1 to appoint Ms. Brittany Casey, high school principal assigned to Capistrano Union High School effective July 1, 2021. On agenda item 3G, public employment and evaluation of performance, no reportable action. This concludes my report.
Thank you. Is Ryan Burris with us? Or is perhaps he's presenting? Ryan, are you available to recognize tonight's extra milers?
Good evening, Trustee Jones. Yes, I am. Good evening, President Bolekis, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent. This evening, we would like to recognize Jordan Barba, a 2021 Aliso Miguel High School graduate, for her bravery in helping an emergency medical technician classmate during an emergency medical situation. On February 16th, Jordan was waiting to enter the emergency medical technician course when she witnessed another student in distress in the hallway. Jordan recognized from her emergency medical technician training as part of CUSD's Career Technical Education program that the student was experiencing a seizure and jumped into action. She immediately helped the student to the floor to avoid a fall and potential injury and called 911. She was able to explain to the emergency operator the symptoms and her initial recognition of seizure symptoms. The emergency response team commented that her quick action saved the patient from more severe injury and that her training paid off. Her quick response saved her classmate from sustaining additional injuries, and her calm, collected approach really exemplified her confidence with her skills and knowledge. Jordan has recently been accepted into the Orange County Fire Authority Cadet Program. Please join me in recognizing Jordan Barba for her bravery and quick response during a medical emergency situation, and in congratulating her on her graduation and acceptance into the Orange County Fire Authority Cadet Program. Thank you. And I believe Jordan is online with us tonight. So thank you, Jordan, for being here with us. And our second extra miler this evening, they are actually in the boardroom. We want to recognize Adam Brody, President of Strategic Kids, Dolores Daly, YMCA Chief Operations Officer, and Casey Martin, YMCA Executive Director of Child and Youth Development, for their work to ensure staffing in critical positions in district schools, working as substitutes in extended learning and student supervision. On September 28th, 2020, Capistrano Unified School District made history as one of the very few school districts in the entire state of California to proudly welcome our students back onto school campuses. This triumph not only allowed our schools to stay open under new state orders, but it also provided flexible all-day learning options for our families by delivering curriculum in both a traditional school setting and online. Without our partnership with these two organizations, our work to fully open schools would have been much more challenging. Strategic Kids staff were typically after-school teachers who were no longer teaching after-school classes due to the pandemic. Thanks to our partnership, we were able to bring on these after-school teachers to help us staff CUSD extended learning options for elementary school until we could hire permanent staff, which allowed us to use our certificated substitutes to take teaching jobs. President Adam Brody and his team worked every day to ensure that absences in extended learning were filled, often at moment's notice. They could not have been more accommodating to our emergency needs. His staff members received rave reviews from the school sites for their flexibility, dedication, and kindness shown to our students. Thanks to this partnership, we were able to have a 95% sub-fill rate after October. Thanks to our partnership with the YMCA, we were able to provide student and campus supervision at all of our schools with unfilled and open positions. The YMCA staff at our schools were familiar with CUSD students and school schedules and procedures, which was a big help and appreciated by site administration. Casey Martin, YMCA Executive Director, facilitated the scheduling of the YMCA staffing at each site, again at a moment's notice. Keeping our students safe and supervised during this challenging time was the highest of priorities, so we are incredibly thankful for this partnership. Please join me tonight in recognizing Adam Brody, President of Strategic Kids, Dolores Daly, YMCA Chief Operations Officer, and Casey Martin, YMCA Executive Director of Child and Youth Development, for their work to keep our students safe and supervised during this challenging time. We are incredibly grateful for their partnership.
just want to say that I happen to know that Adam is a graduate of our schools because he used to live in my neighborhood. Thank you so much. Okay, now it's time for board and superintendent comments. Superintendent Vital-Realty, would you like to start?
Sure. Good evening and welcome to our first board meeting of summer break. I want to begin by congratulating our nearly 4,000 CapoUSD graduates who were celebrated at ceremonies in person across the district on June 3rd. This was a very challenging year and in many ways, nothing at all how we could imagine the senior year of high school. The resilience, the optimism, the determination of these graduates is nothing short of extraordinary. And it was such an honor for our trustees and our district leadership to join our principals, our teachers, and our classified staff in celebrating these students at these in-person events. Our graduates, just like in previous years, are headed to college, career training, military, and independent living with a plan in place the day after they graduated. We are so proud of their work and wish them all the best in their journey after high school. Tonight, I also want to recognize and celebrate our amazing school principals, many of whom were appointed to new roles this evening. Congratulations to Ms. Campbell to go to Kenosha, Mr. Pedraza to go to Moulton Elementary, Ms. Steinert to go to Ladera Ranch Middle School, to Dr. Duarte to go to Aliso Viejo Middle School, and in addition, Mr. Mahoney for his appointment to principal of ATP, and tonight on our activities list, Clint Collins for his appointment as interim assistant superintendent of SELPA in special education. And congratulations to Michael Kim. I know that they will miss him at San Juan Hills High School, but excited for his promotion, new principal at Las Flores Middle School, and Brittany Casey, who will be missed at Dana Hills High School to become principal of Capistrano Union High School. So excited with these changes and new leadership at new schools. We're also thrilled to have 752 extended school year students in summer school and 4,457 high school students and 850 middle school students all in summer school. So as soon as we close, we open back up on Monday. So I hope everyone is having a happy summer and we're looking forward to serving elementary students in the month to come to do learning recovery with them as well. And that concludes my report.
Trustees? Trustee Hanachek, your light is on.
Yes, thank you very much. Looks like Kirsten and I are on a theme. I would too like to make a little shout out to principals, and if this is echoing, just excuse me. Pre-COVID, the role of the principal had expanded exponentially. I could read you mountains of research on effective school leaders and that direct correlation to student achievement. But at the end of the day, we all know it when we see it. From better engagement, test scores, and positive school culture, plus the modern principal needs to be a walking, talking, marketing, media wizard. During one of our principal for a day visits before COVID, the head of pediatrics for Kaiser commented that every MBA student should have to be a principal. He was amazed by the constant pull and redirection of their time and the constant split-second decision-making. Plus, it was probably memorable for him. As the school he was at, the principal has had to chase down a dog and the dog bit her. So there's always that. COVID magnified this buck stop leadership and responsibilities of our principals. From the very large elementary schools where just planning bathroom breaks was a feat of scheduling, to middle schools that were asked to redirect their schedules like 5 times, to our high schools who are like cities. And I am still in awe how they managed to schedule and facilitate a sports season for all their athletes and teams plus the arts and social events that make school memorable. So we can make all the plans we want from this district office, but it's that ability to execute any plan with the necessary high level of fidelity that we are so fortunate to possess in CUSD. In a world of challenging Sophie's Choice type decisions, my focus is centered on what is best for students and support for those closest to our young people. So along with our amazing teachers and staff, a special thank you to all our fearless leaders for keeping our children safe and our schools moving forward. Thank you for letting me share.
Trustee McNicholas?
I won't repeat all those wonderful things, but I agree too. She says it better than I do. But what I really enjoyed was actually being at graduation. It was so uplifting. I mean, it's good for me, but the kids, they were so, I mean, they realized what they had accomplished, not only academically, but making it through during a pandemic. And they were all so excited to be, not only be done, but on what they accomplished. So it was very uplifting, and I'm so glad to be back in person with students. Thank you.
Trustee Bulkus?
Yes, good evening. I wanted to give a shout out to our students, even though school ended on June 3rd and we had those wonderful graduations. There was a lot still going on beyond the date of June 3rd. We had many teams in different sporting events still competing in CIF. Trustee Jones and I had attended Capo Valley High School basketball game last Wednesday night. And it's too numerous to name all of the different sports and the teams that were going on to CIF and to state. But I did want to take this moment to give a shout out to two swimmers that went to Omaha, Nebraska in an attempt to earn a spot on our U.S. Olympic swim team. And that is Morgan Malloy at Capo Valley High School and Katie Crone from Tesoro. So I know that Katie is still swimming this week, so you might tune in. And of course, we have wished these swimmers well. And it was very exciting to be at, as Trustee McNicholas had said about the graduations. I know that Trustee Jones and I enjoyed being at the basketball game and seeing the students there cheering on their fellow athletic student peers. And it's just so great to be back. That was the first sporting event we were allowed to attend all year due to COVID. And so it was so fun to cheer them on. So I just wanted to share that good news and good thoughts about those that are continuing to compete in their athletic abilities. Thank you.
Any other trustees? Trustee Davis?
I'll just have a quick shout out to everyone that made this year come together. I mean, it's been the hardest year that anyone's probably been in most of our lives, and the teamwork and the effort of all is to be commended. And that our school district was 25% of all students in California that attended schools for a portion of the year was incredible. I mean, just beyond. So I think our leadership and direction and guidance and the effort that they put into move things up and let other districts know that things can be done. So I appreciate that, and the resilience of our children and our families. And I appreciate the good effort of working together and working on kindness and how far that goes. I loved attending the sporting events and my daughter's graduation and being able to give her a diploma. It's incredible.
Okay, thank you. I do want to amplify what Trustee Bullock said. Going to that basketball game was really exciting, and it was, you know, like this and like this, up by 2 or 3, down by 2 or 3 for so long, and at the last minute did not have the outcome we wanted. But it was really a nail biter, very exciting. I do want to also mention that some of you may or may not have read previous agendas or heard us speak on the topic, but the board did direct the superintendent quite a few months ago to, for her and her staff to open schools as normal as possible in the 2021-22 school year. And we don't 100% know what is going to be possible, what the CDPH will allow us to do, but that is what we have directed the staff to do, and I think they are working in that direction, and we are more normal now than we have been in more than a year, and it's really great. Okay, so now we move to oral communications, which is non-agenda items. We give 20 minutes for that, which individual presentations are to be 3 minutes each. Let's see. And just as a reminder, these are non-agenda items. So this is the things that are on the agenda will come up later. And I'm sorry for those that are here. I want to explain that we have several things that we have to do early in the meeting. Most of them don't take very long, but we do also want to make sure that the public has a chance to make their comments. So our two speakers that I have are Michelle Postle-Campbell and Leanne Williams. Is Leanne in the room? I think she might be outside.
Trustee Jones, if I believe you're looking at the consent list.
Oh,
So we have,
I'm
One-
sorry. Yes, oral communication is just Michelle Postle-Campbell. Sorry.
and we also have blue cards for that. So we have a total of 6 speakers.
Oh, we do. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. Okay, so with a total of 6 speakers, that means 18 minutes. So I think we are under the 20-minute normal limit. So is Ms. Postle-Campbell our first speaker then?
That is correct.
Okay.
Kelly, your line is what?
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. The National PTA Convention begins tomorrow, bringing together PTAs from units, councils, districts, and states virtually to do the work of the largest parent-driven child advocacy organization in the nation, if not the world. Focuses this year is on diversity, equity, and inclusion, our DEI work, as well as building stronger community, family, school connections, and other advocacy work. But what excites me greatly is the recognition of our very own Dana Hill student, Mark Wagner, for his entry into the Reflections Art Competition. Mark's powerful dance is a celebration for all of us and a reminder of why every student and every individual counts and matters. Congratulations, Mark. And I look forward to sharing with you at a future meeting some of the newly passed resolutions from the National PTA Convention. Thank you very much.
Correct. The next speaker is Michelle McNutt. Please come forward. Following Michelle, we have Justin Driggers. Please be ready.
Hi, are you able to? Oh, yes, you can hear me. Hello, trustees. Since June is Pride Month, I want to start out by wishing everyone happy Pride. As a state here in California, even though we have laws in place to protect our LGBTQ students from discrimination and harassment, there is still much work to be done. The following data was taken from the CDC website. 10% of students in California's middle and high schools identify as LGBTQ. Across the state, LGBTQ youth reported having less meaningful school participation, lower expectations from adults, fewer caring adult relationships at school, and a lower level of school connection than non-LGBTQ youth. There is also data from multiple research studies showing that LGBTQ youth are at high risk for bullying and violence, poor mental health, and other challenges. But you can change that. We can all change that. Throughout this month, the California Department of Education is offering a series of free webinars where they are discussing the need for inclusivity, youth advocacy, and allyship for our LGBTQ youth in public schools. Our very own Doreen Khatib from the OC Department of Education will be participating in this training, as well as the Director of Safe and Supportive Schools Project from the American Psychological Association and a Senior Advocacy Associate from the Trevor Project. There is a continued need for education and professional development when it comes to how to best support our LGBTQ students, and this should be an ongoing priority for our board and admin. We know that when these students feel safe, supported, and affirmed, they are better able to thrive at school and in their communities. Please do your part in ensuring that our LGBTQ students receive respect and full educational experience that they deserve. I'll be sending you all a link to the webinar. Thank you.
Justin, if you'll just wait 1 second, we'll clean the podium before each speaker.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Justin. I'm a proud father of two, one sixth grader starting in Bernice Air this coming fall, and second grader starting in Truman Benedict this coming fall. I'm not used to coming to you guys and speaking in public, so I apologize if I come across super nervous, but I do have a couple things I just wanted to say. I'm not here to preach in any way. I'm not here to make any statements. I just want to ask that my child and my children have an opt-out option for any aspects of teaching the following ideas: equity, inclusiveness, critical race theory, or cultural proficiency, as it's now called, or anything else that teaches my son and daughter that they're limited due to their skin color, their situation, their socioeconomic background, or the like. Children do not fit into a political ideology's box. They're each unique, beautiful, intelligent human beings who all deserve to be taught equally. And the duty of the school board is to be the voice of parent and children. So I'm here to tell you that this parent believes that you should be saying the following on our behalf. Don't allow ideology and political influence to have any sway in your decisions for curriculum. If these types of ideologies do get allowed by the powers that be, at least be transparent about it and allow parents the ability to opt out of these aspects throughout the school year. Let's get back to fact-based education system instead of an ideological framework designed to divide, focusing on indoctrinating our children in this way. Let's leave cultural proficiency in the hands of the parents while you get back to having teachers teach appropriate curriculum and being there to support them. Thank you.
The next speaker on my list is Jean Welch. Following Jean is Carolyn Blackburn. Jean, please come forward.
Good evening, board members, trustee members. I'm on the same wavelength as the previous speaker. I also was encouraged to hear about the graduations and the early opening. I think that's awesome. I hope that students that graduated feel that they each feel that they have a place and that no matter their skin color or what ethnic background, that they can achieve. And that's what I hope. And that's what I think you guys are all for, but I'm concerned with this cultural proficiency agenda and what was proposed. After hearing about it, I decided, well, what is the mission of the school board? So I went to the website, and this is a mission statement that's on the site. The mission of the Capistrano Unified School District, in partnership with the home and our richly diverse community, is to educate students and assist them in realizing their full potential as responsible, productive, contributing members of society by providing an educational environment in which students are challenged, excellence is expected, and differences are valued. It says, it goes on for the beliefs. Every student is important. Every student has a right to learn. The parent is the child's first and most influential teacher. These are your beliefs. Students can learn when given the opportunity and encouragement. All students need to be challenged to reach their full potential. And then I went over to the board resolution for the proficiency, cultural proficiency. I think what started it. It says CUSD stands with our students, teachers, classified staff, and community. Capistrano Unified School District is committed to equality, diversity, inclusion, tolerance, human and civil rights for all. Now notice the word equality. That's what you say up front. We denounce any act of racism, intolerance, discrimination, and we are committed to treating all individuals equally with fairness and kindness. So you denounce racism and you use the word equality. So then I go over to the proficiency, right? I move over there. So this was, I guess, adopted last month. The plan is at odds with these statements. The resolution says Capistrano Unified School District is committed to equality, diversity, inclusion, tolerance, and human rights.
Mr. Welsh, I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up.
My time?
Every speaker is allowed 3 minutes to speak on the topic.
All right, well, I'm very concerned about this because you're teaching equity and not equality, which divides. And I hope you guys consider that.
Okay, next up we have Caroline Blackburn.
Board Secretary, Ms. Hayes, folks should know time, 3 minutes go by fast. Please feel free if you didn't get your whole statements out to email us, and we're happy to receive additional information.
Next up is Caroline Blackburn. Following Caroline, we have Jennifer Katayama, who will be allowed to come in from outside.
Well, the men before me were a lot more stoic than I will be, but I appreciate them opening up this dialogue and I have the utmost respect for them. I'm a California taxpayer, mother in this district, and product of CAFO Unified School District, actually, when curriculum was constructed around the fundamentals, such as reading and arithmetic, not extremist ideologies. What happens in darkness eventually comes to light, and that time is now. I am here to let you know that we are watching you. We are exposing you, your curriculum, your extremist teachers, and your systemic racism. We know that you are integrating critical race theory into our children's curriculum under the disguise of cultural proficiency. Didn't fool anyone. These indoctrination sessions have already been approved in a unanimous 17-0 vote, and this just proves that you guys are all cowards. These lessons are cultural Marxism. Class was used in Mao's China, and now in America, we're using race. It's insidious and pure evil. You have broken your oath to our children. You are categorizing children into oppressors and oppressed. These teachings are a lie. Unless you actually agree whites are superior to blacks and people of color, and in that case, you are the racists. We will no longer allow you to indoctrinate our children, divide students, divide families, divide communities, and divide this country. As other courageous mothers have said before, we can do this peacefully or we can take it to the highest courts. I'm a housewife. I got all the time in the world. My kid's 11 months old. I have years to fight this before he's in your school boards. And I look forward to being here in every meeting. Do not forget that you work for us and we are coming for your seats. Students, you are on the front lines. Challenge these indoctrinators when they spew hatred at you. Teachers, parents, any survivors of countries who have adopted these ideologies, please speak up. Use your voice as an American. Fight to be judged by the content of your character rather than the color of your skin. No more silent majority. Save our children from being indoctrinated or lose the last truly free country. And last thing, take the masks off our kids. It's theater. The elbows, the screens here, pulling down, you're all pulling down your masks when you talk, when you speak into your microphone. It's theater. Unmask our kids and stop indoctrinating them.
Tayama.
Hi all, thank you for letting me speak. Just briefly to show my support for the cultural proficiency lessons that were approved at the last meeting. I know that we had a group here that was vehemently against them, but I would like to show my support, as would all of these ladies in their yellow shirts and yellow attire. We're just here to say that anti-racism teachings, inclusivity should not be a political statement. It should be something that is taught to all of our students without thought of which side of the political spectrum you're on. And I just want to voice my support for those who voted in support of these lessons at the last meeting, and really encourage those who were against it to rethink your views on education, and that it can only help our children. It's not turning them into victims. It's not turning them to one side or the other of a political spectrum. I hate that it's turned this way, that some people are turning it into this, but it's something important that I agree we should all be teaching our children at home, but obviously some families are not doing this, and that's why there are issues at our schools. So it is important that we open this up to all of our schools in the district, and I appreciate those who are in support of it. Thank you.
I've been asked to report how many are streaming. There are 103 streaming.
This concludes our oral communications speakers.
So at this time, we have our public hearings. These generally go pretty fast, so bear with us. I'd like to open the public hearing regarding 2021-22 special education local plan areas, annual service plan, and annual budget plan. The time is now 7:45 p.m. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We do not.
Okay, seeing none, the public hearing is now closed at 7:45 p.m. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding General Truck Drivers Office Food and Warehouse Union Teamsters Local 952 initial proposal and Capstone Unified School District's initial proposal for 2021-2022 reopener negotiations. The time is now 7:46 p.m. Do we have any speaker cards for this item?
We do not.
Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed and the time is 7:46 p.m. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding Capstone School Employees Association's initial proposal on Capstone Unified School District's initial proposal for 2021-2022 reopener negotiations. The time is now 7:47 p.m. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We do not.
Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed and the time is 7:47 p.m. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding Capstone Unified Education Association's initial proposal on Capstone Unified School District's initial proposal for 2021-2022 reopener negotiations. The time is now 7:47 p.m. Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
We do not.
Seeing none, the public hearing is now closed. The time is 7:48 p.m. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding 2021-2022 budget adoption. The time is now 7:48 p.m. Are there any speaker cards on this item?
There are none.
President Jones?
Yes.
I believe we have someone that put in for a speaker for 1 and 5, Michelle Postle-Campbell. Can we double check?
Oh.
Yep, sorry.
Well, there's the time to speak when we actually have the item. Did she want to speak then? Do you know?
You know, I'm thinking it was on the public hearing portion.
Oh, okay. Well, and it was.
And I'm sure if
we
you
have no
advise or
record
whatever Robert's rules are, we're happy to, she can probably redirect.
So Ms. Hayes, do you have a speaker card from Michelle Postle-Campbell on number 1 or number 5?
I do not. We're checking in the back of the room.
Well, I think she's online.
Ms. Postle-Campbell is online, but we're checking to see what
Okay,
numbers she
thank you.
registered for.
She'll have an opportunity to speak when we actually have the item before us, as opposed to the public hearing. So even if she can't speak now, I think it's not a major issue. Yeah. She did? I'm sorry, she did? Okay, all right, well, we're on number 5 now, so let's take her comments on number 5.
Michelle, your line is now live. Thank you for waiting, and you may go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Superintendent Board of Trustees. I appreciate the changes in the economic fortune for our district that leads to a positive versus a qualified budget. With the thought that a budget is the representation of our values, I also appreciate the commitment to smaller class sizes to help students continue their academic growth and fill in any gaps created due to the last year and a half of the global pandemic. Along this line, in December 2020, in the passage of the Cultural Proficiency Plan, a commitment was made to hire more mental health counselors. When will these counselors be placed to help our students? One of the biggest impacts of COVID-19 has been on mental health for our youth. A commitment has been made, but it does not appear reflected in this budget. Please continue to prioritize the mental health of our students. Our social emotional counselors are positive impacts on our students, and this commitment needs to be honored in a timely manner as implementation of the Cultural Proficiency Plan happens. Families support the Cultural Proficiency Plan that was passed in December 2020 by this board. And as a shared value, it needs to be reflected in the work done by the budget of this district. Thank you. And can I just give my statement for?
I'm afraid I have to reopen the public hearing on item 1, so give me a moment to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the public hearing for item number 5 is now closed, and the time is 7:50. Okay, now I'm going to reopen the public hearing for the 2021-2022 Special Education Local Plan Areas Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan. The time is now 7:51 p.m.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. When reviewing the Special Education Local Plan Areas Service Plan and Budget, I have some concerns regarding the budget and the plan. First, there are incorrect dates in the documents listed in item 55. On page 5 out of 45, the hearing dates is listed for June 15th, and yet the hearing is actually happening right now on June 16th. Also missing completely is attachment number 6 from the exhibit that should detail what services are at each school site. This is an important part of this plan. I am wanting to confirm that currently 59% of the budget for the SELPA is through encroachment on the general fund of the school district. Is this really the case? Are these local funds something different? I was pleased to see the state's placeholder budget, the increases to the special education funding. Will this increase help offset the encroachment? Lastly, my ongoing concern whenever I look at SELPA plans and budgets is staffing, especially the use of paraprofessionals and additional program supports. Staffing and truly training for these positions is an ongoing challenge and issue. Students benefit from stable, consistent staff, not an ongoing rotation of substitutes, if they can even get one. So this being said, and knowing a budget is a reflection of our values, where is the commitment to fully staffing our paraprofessionals and truly training them in methods of best supporting our students? Also of note, we will continue to advocate as a PTA for the full funding of IDEA at the federal level and continued increases to special education funds from our state. Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing is now closed, and the time is 7:52 p.m. Okay, so now we will move to consent calendar. So please note, per board policy 9323.2, in accordance with the law, the public has the right to comment on any consent item. The request of any board member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual conversation for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allotted 5 minutes if they have multiple items to address, or 3 minutes per item. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any comment cards for consent calendar this evening?
I have two.
Okay, so that's well within our time limit, and I believe the first is, again, Michelle Postle Campbell, is that correct?
That is correct. Michelle, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight I want to address 3 items on the consent calendar, items number 24, 28, and 30. Regarding item 24 on the agreement for No Place for Hate and anti-bias training, I am really pleased to see the start of this work, but I wish this training was happening at all of our middle and high schools. Why is one of our high schools not included? Why is only one of our middle schools included? This work is so vitally important and directly supports the goal of the Cultural Proficiency Plan passed in December 2020 by this board. I would hope that before the end of the 2021-2022 school year, every one of our middle and high schools were scheduled to participate in this program. Regarding item 28, the LCAP, I appreciate the commitment to smaller class sizes. I hope as we move forward in a new 3-year plan that this continues to be a priority and that additional opportunities for authentic parent engagement, as required by state law, are implemented. Lastly, regarding item 30, on the MOU with the National Council on Alcoholism and Drug Dependence, I appreciate this continued relationship and partnership, and I'm wondering if they will be adding to their monthly presentations the dangers of fentanyl poisoning, which is a particular issue in our communities and across our state. Finally, the consent calendar for tonight's agenda was 49 items long. Many were non-standard items that the board should be discussing. I am concerned when more is on consent for a rubber stamp than out for discussion in the open. The work of the board is valuable. It is to help guide our district and make the best decisions for the 43,000 plus students being educated. Hopefully more moves back to the discussion action part of the agenda so the public can see the board and the district operating transparently in the public eye. Thank you.
Trustee Jones, for the record, let the record show Trustee Castellanos has logged into the meeting. So I just wanted to make that known for the record. And next up we have Leanne Williams. Leanne, I will set your microphone to live. Please go ahead. Leanne, I do have you logged in. If you just unmute, if you would like to speak.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you for taking the time to hear my thoughts as a CapoUSD parent. One thing we can all agree upon as parents is that we want what's best for our children. We want a productive children who thrive at school, who feel safe at school, who laugh and learn at school. We want our children to go to school knowing that they are all seen, heard, and valued. No Place for Hate will help to ensure that all of our students are safe, seen, and welcome. This program states its mission as building a learning community of inclusivity, respect, and equity, and who can argue with that? I sat in on a presentation of No Place for Hate as part of my PTSA executive board, and I am so excited to bring this to my daughter's school. It is a program that can be embraced by everyone, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers on the consent calendar? Trustees, are there any items you would like to pull for later consideration? Trustee Hanachek?
Ironically, I wanted to pull 24 and then, let's see, and 44. So I'm wondering if, because we had 2 speakers on 24 procedurally, could we entertain those now and then retire them or vote on them? Or usually we keep the consent, the trustee part till the end. I forget how we do it.
I would take the sense of the board on that. Do we want to do those now? That would be, well, probably not both of them, but 24, since we just had 2 people speak about that. Okay, so let's take 24 now and let's see now.
Okay, and since I pulled it, I'll just go ahead. I just want to say how excited I am about this program. I have to back up, give a little historical shout out to San Clemente High School. Their response, especially our Principal Carter's immediate response, taking ownership of an unfortunate situation. They dove right into the cause, they looked at it, and they researched program, and they've now completed their program. And I think to some of the speakers wondering why it's kind of hit and miss on some of our schools. So when they analyzed that unfortunate situation, it was kind of happening from our middle schoolers. So it is challenging that we're not seeing, especially in San Clemente, who started this, that we're not seeing our two wonderful middle schools, our three middle schools on board and really creating the foundation that supports then the commitment at the high school level. I think I thought we were going to do that. So I really look forward to that, to seeing if we can, this is the investment in the direction we are going. As my mother would say, if you're gonna do something, do it right. And so I'm really excited about this. I have mentioned from the dais, I look forward to the day that we are known as a No Place for Hate school district. I can already see the Golden Bell Award. So I want to understand how staff and our superintendent can help our schools move forward, whatever they might need. And I so appreciate the commitment from this district for us looking to fund that. I know Principal Carter did it himself at the beginning. And now we show that we've got some teeth into it. And I think it's going to make a profound difference, and it's the right program. So I think you heard the speakers tonight. I will definitely move this item with huge applause. But I think what I'd like to see, on some of these schools, the No Place for Hate's a reactive program to a situation. Let's make it proactive so that we don't have to react when things come up. So I move the item, and it's so excited about this work. Thank you.
Any other trustee comments? Trustee McNicholas?
Well, I will second the item, but I would like clarification from staff. I understand some of the other schools already have a history of similar programs that they may have already been involved with, rather than jumping on No Place for Hate right now. I mean, I agree that I would love to be known as the No Place for Hate district, but if somebody has already gone down a different program, I wouldn't want to pull them away from that if that's successful. If we could get a little background on that.
Yes, thank you, Trustee McNicholas. There is no question that how excited we are about No Place for Hate in this work. Schools are using different programs and different options to also achieve the work in the cultural proficiency plan. There is a menu of different options that schools are using, especially the middle schools going into the high schools. I appreciate that statement by Trustee Hanachek. So important to start building that foundation early, leading into the high schools, and not just being reactive, but being proactive. So actually, Assistant Superintendent Smalley has a little more detail on how schools, and some of the ones that are not on that list, like San Juan Hills High School, are doing other similar programs that are moving them forward in that continuum of cultural proficiency. So Assistant Superintendent Smalley, can you share a little bit more?
Good evening. All of our secondary schools this year had a cultural proficiency goal, and they all will have one next year. So they're all doing work in this area. We have a menu of activities that schools can select from. We have our CapoUSD Cultural Proficiency Committee, which several of our secondary principals are on. There's been book studies this year done with principal groups and staffs. We have our unconscious bias training. We've done training with our principals at our PK-12 meetings. We all have the No Place for Hate through the ADL program. And then we also have the Orange County Human Relation Bridges program that San Juan Hills does. And then we have other programs like Safe Zone. And this is not a one-time opportunity with the ADL's No Place for Hate. Other schools can come on board in the fall, in the winter, and in the spring next year.
Thank you. And mine was a second to the motion, unless there's no other comments.
Okay, any other trustee comments? All right, then, Mrs. Hayes, would you call the roll on this item?
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos?
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, then I'd like a motion to approve the consent calendar for all items except number 44, which we will hear at the end of the meeting.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so let's say motion by trustee McNicholas and second by trustee Franz.
Bullicus.
And will you call the roll, please?
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 44.
Okay, then, now we get to our discussion action items, which I think is what many people are waiting for. The first item is a trustee request, resolution number 2021-53, proposal to the California Department of Public Health for the removal of the mask mandate at all Capistrano Unified Schools and to allow mask use to be optional. And this is trustee Davis's item. I'm going to call on her in just a moment, but I just want to remind the board and the audience that this item is a resolution. And if we pass it, it will be sent to state and local officials. The board is not voting to remove or continue the mask mandate in CUSD. That's not what this is about. This is a resolution that we're voting on that we will either send or not send to state and local officials. Thank you. Trustee Davis?
I appreciate the enthusiastic support I received concerning the agenda item regarding masking. The overwhelming majority of the feedback I've received has been to make masks optional for students this fall. Because we must adhere to state health standards, we are unable to create our own policy on this issue. But we hope to persuade CDPH to change their guidance based on mountains of evidence now available that making masks to ease the spread of COVID is no longer necessary. We also hope that CDPH will move forward quicker. The agenda item I propose will send a strong message to the state of California. We will not continue to subject our students to health policies for a disease that lacks the risk threshold necessary to justify these restrictions. 65% of adults in Orange County have received a vaccination, and cases of COVID in Orange County are at their lowest since the beginning of the pandemic. We were proud to be a leader in the state regarding school openings last school year and hope we can follow the thousands of other schools around the world that are operating safely without mask restrictions. Our students have been burdened long enough. Masks should be optional for all students in CUSD. A study conducted by the University of Louisville using data from the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention found that 80% of US states mandated masks during the COVID-19 pandemic. But while mandates induced greater mask compliance, they did not predict lower growth rates when community spread was low or high. The study also found that mask mandates and use are not associated with lower SARS-CoV-2 spread among US states. A study shows 83% of cloth masks worn by kids for an average of 6.7 hours a day contain dangerous pathogens. CUSD has not had one transmission of COVID-19 on school campuses this school year. And believe me, we have monitored closely. We have the data and the science behind us on this resolution, and I'm asking for each of your vote now to pass this resolution.
Okay. So then we have our speakers. And I want to tell the board we have 30 people signed up to speak on this. Some are here in person and some are not. If we give all 30 3 minutes, that will be nominally 90 minutes. There's a lot of time in between, but if we should give, say, 2 minutes, that's 60 minutes of total speakers. So the board needs to decide. That's not, we generally allow 20 minutes for a comment on each item, but the board can extend that or whatever. So what's your pleasure?
Well, my pleasure is to allow every person to have their 3 minutes.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, 3 minutes?
I guess so. I mean, I know we've heard from a lot of folks last time at our 2 o'clock in the morning meeting. But looking at our agenda, normally I would probably put up more of a fight for 2 minutes because of the equity issue. When we exceed our 20 minutes, and believe me, I was you many years ago yelling at this school board. And I learned to get my words out in 1 minute. They wouldn't let me go beyond that. So I would normally say, I would really stand strong on the 2 minutes because people are waiting to speak on other items. But I think looking at the rest of the agenda, since we had so much on consent and already passed that, then I will go with the flow for 3 minutes.
Okay, so 3 minutes it is, and I'm going to let Mrs. Hayes make the calls because I think she knows better than I who is available.
Okay, we're going to follow our procedures, which is those people who registered first will speak first.
Do we have any students or agreement with students would go first?
Yes, if
Mrs. Schmidt, do you know?
do we have any students outside that are waiting?
So on the online, you checked off student, and on the blue card, you check off student. So if we can just double check to make sure there are no students before we proceed with the online folks.
I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying. Okay, so no students are online.
There's no students online. However, I do believe I have blue cards for in-person. And I'm going to sort those out first.
I'll just note that the first remote speaker will be Rachel Carlson, and then the next one will be Brooke Thaxton, and then Susan Salcido. So if those three people can be ready to speak after any students.
Sandamayan, are you available to speak? Sandamayan Ganazian. Do we have her outside?
We can check outside for that student.
Sanaya is from San Juan Hills High School.
I wonder if we should take our first speaker while we're waiting for her to come in. Does that seem reasonable?
Are there any other students, Ms. Hayes?
That's the only person who marked their card as a student.
Thank you.
Okay, let's have Mrs. Carlson speak and while we're trying to find her.
The student. Sanaya. She was in this. Okay. Rachel Carlson is our first speaker online for item 54, and I do not show her online. Brooke Thaxton is the next person online. Brooke, go ahead. Your line is live.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Brooke Thaxton, and I'm a parent of 2 children currently attending school at Bathgate, soon to be Newhart. I would like to address the dangers that COVID poses to our younger children who cannot yet be vaccinated and request the district continue to uphold the mask mandate. These dangers are consistent with COVID and can cause an immune response called MIS-C, known as multi-symptom inflammatory syndrome in children. What is MIS-C? MIS-C is an inflammatory syndrome that occurs 2 to 8 weeks after exposure to COVID-19. This delayed and overreactive immune response causes severe inflammation of vital organs and often organ failure, affecting the lungs, blood vessels, kidneys, GI tract, brain, skin, eyes, and the heart. MIS-C most commonly occurs in healthy children that were mildly symptomatic during COVID or even unaware they had COVID at all. This syndrome generally occurs in children between the ages of 3 and 12, with the median age being 9 years old. Unfortunately, our family has been deeply affected by MIS-C. Over the week of Christmas, our healthy 11-year-old son, Gavin, became ill with COVID. It seemed to be no big deal at the time, just 2 days of low-grade fevers and stomach aches. Little did we know his body was waging a potentially fatal war. At the beginning of February, 6 weeks after COVID, Gavin began to experience GI pain, which can appear to be consistent with appendicitis. He was admitted to the hospital for observation. 48 hours of high fevers, nausea, and extreme abdomen pain persisted, so much so that he was given morphine several times. Doctors were not certain it was appendicitis, but decided removing his appendix would be the logical thing to do. 24 hours after he was released from the hospital, he became critically ill. Fevers of 104, vomiting, severe stomach pain, and lethargy so intense he couldn't walk or barely keep his eyes open. He was again admitted to the hospital, this time at Chalk at Orange. While in the ER, he developed a rash. That's when I insisted he be seen by an infectious disease doctor. That single request ultimately saved his life. Later that night, his heart rate became unstable, as well as his breathing, and he required oxygen and intensive care through the night. The next morning, he was diagnosed with MIS-C, a diagnosis in which the infectious disease doctor suggested we do not Google because the information on the web would be too terrifying to bear. Thankfully, Gavin responded well to the 2 weeks of intense treatment and hospitalization, which included IVIG or immunoglobulin treatment, blood thinners, steroids, and supportive care. The long-term side effects are still unknown. As stated, MIS-C affects the lungs, blood vessels, kidneys, GI tract, brain, skin, eyes, and the heart. 1 in 3 children with this condition will suffer heart damage. Most common side effect is cardiomyopathy, which can lead to heart disease, cardiac arrest, and even heart failure. Gavin remains under the care of a pediatric cardiologist. Next week, he will undergo a cardio stress test to better understand any long-term damage to his heart. When Gavin was diagnosed in February, he was one of 600 children diagnosed. According to the CDC, that number has grown exponentially to over 4,000 children in June and 36 deaths. By and large, the highest population has been in California. Gavin is currently part of a study that is not yet.
Your time is now up. We go on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Susan Saucedo. Susan, your line is live. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Susan, and I speak in opposition of this resolution. I studied medicine at UCLA, have 2 fellowships, a master's in public health from Harvard, and have been a doctor for 17 years. I oppose this resolution because science, expertise, and facts matter. This resolution, if passed, will compromise the credibility of this district. CUSD is proposing we remove a public health recommendation. Will CUSD also spend time making future anti-public health resolutions to the CDC, NIH, WHO? Where does this stop? It's disturbing that someone with no public health experience wants to tell the experts at the California Department of Public Health what to do. It is unsettling that anyone here believes they have the training, skills, and knowledge to dictate what we should or should not do during this pandemic. The director at the California Department of Public Health is a doctor with a doctorate in public health, a professor of epidemiology, an infectious disease specialist, a graduate of Harvard and Stanford. This resolution essentially assumes that we here at CUSD know better than the public health experts. I get that change is challenging. Social isolation, masks, mental health ailments are not wanted by anyone. It's true that masks may cause anxiety, asthma-like symptoms, and rashes. What is also true, but not mentioned anywhere in this resolution, is that COVID can destroy your lungs, caused long-term disability, and has claimed more than 3 million lives worldwide. More than 5,000 lives lost here in Orange County. Why aren't we making a resolution instead that we will do everything in our power to keep our community safe from COVID? This resolution is also misleading and false, stating that the World Health Organization has said that masking children under 12 is unnecessary. Their recommendations on masking are so much more complex than this. The first thing the WHO does say about masks is that, quote, advise to always consult and abide by local authorities on recommended policies, end quote. In this resolution, you're proposing exactly the opposite. I am not pro-mask. I am pro-healthy communities. While masks have their limitations and risks, they are an important tool towards combating COVID and other infectious diseases. We need to be patient and adaptable as recommendations evolve and restrictions ease. I look forward to safely removing masks, but under the guidance of public health experts, not under the recommendation of school board members. This is meant as no offense, it's just common sense. I support our doctors, scientists, and public health experts, and I do not support this resolution. Thank you.
The next speaker registered is Andrea Ewell. She is not online. Following Andrea is Kelly Mahalo. And Kelly is not with us online. Next up is Clayton Reines. Clayton, go ahead. Your line is live. Clayton, you just need to unmute.
I'm sorry, we had to unmute there. Yeah, this is Clayton Reines. I have 3 kids at Riley Elementary, and I really want to express the desire to have all mask mandates removed entirely. We have 15 months of data. We know kids are not at risk. The kids don't want them. The parents don't want them. N95 masks say on the box they don't prevent against COVID transmission. It's been a very long time, a very challenging year. This board has a very clear mandate to protect the children and ensure that they are educated in a safe way. We can do that without masks. This board, I've been on a lot of board meetings and listened through all of the discussion and all the debate. What the measurement here is by parents that I talk to is that this board has not been effective in voicing our concerns to the powers that be to have this mask mandate removed. I hear over and over again that this board does not have the power to remove or set policy around health. You need to get into action and make our desire known to the board or whomever to have this mask mandate removed. It's imperative that we do this. If you are not able to do this, please step down and we will elect people with the fortitude and the ability to be able to get this mask mandate removed. We want it removed. You work for us, not for anybody else. You need to remove this mask mandate immediately. Thank you.
The next speaker registered to speak is Michelle Barzak, and she is not with us online. Following Michelle, we have Kristen Ingram. I do not have Kristen online with us. Following Kristen, we have Leanne Williams. Leanne, your line is live.
Hello, thank you trustees, superintendent, and CUSD staff for all you've done this year to give our students a meaningful experience despite unprecedented circumstances. I want to just take a moment to speak about the issue of masks. I realize that somehow this has become a highly politicized topic, and our continued debate regarding masks takes precious time away from our board and our community. However, since we're talking about it, I want to say that I see masks as a symbol of care, compassion, protection, and safety. Masks at schools show me that the caretakers of my child are people who trust the advice of medical experts. We have just survived a pandemic, and I am so thankful for that. 600,000 Americans did not. I oppose this resolution. In fact, passing this resolution will make our district appear uneducated and backwards. Let's see what the summer brings. Let's continue to follow the advice of experts, and I look forward to a great 2021-22 school year. Thank you for your time.
Kristen Ingram is with us. Kristen, my slide. So I'm sorry I missed your name earlier.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to remove the mask mandate for the kids. I think we need to put the kids first here. And if we are listening to scientists, the scientists that are also, it's more political. So we need to understand that there are scientists out there that are saying that this does not affect this age group and we should not make them wear masks anymore at school. Thank you.
Next on my speaker list is Krista Snyder. I do not see Krista registered or she's registered. She's not online with us. Next, we have William Ingram.
Good evening, time board. Yeah, like my wife Kristen, both of our students attend both of our kids attend Capo Unified, and we are in favor of this resolution. We urge the board to pass it. So thank you for Ms. Davies for pushing this piece forward. Thank you. We are in favor of the resolution.
Thank you, William. Next up, we have Jen Lundvold. Jennifer, your line is live.
Good evening. I am a parent of 3 boys in the district, one entering kindergarten, one entering 3rd, and one entering middle school. I'm also a public school teacher at a neighboring district. I'm here tonight in support of the mask mandate removal. These kids have been scrutinized enough with this issue. Their education has been compromised over this last year. Having these masks on for them in the classroom, for me witnessing it as a teacher and having to wear it as a teacher myself, hinders their education as a whole. There's so much time put on regulating the masks among the children, scrutinizing those who are not wearing it properly. If we're talking about giving our kids the best education possible, this is a detriment to it. It's getting in the way. As the opening speaker suggested, there is more than enough research to support that these masks are not effective in doing what many people think that they are doing in preventing the coronavirus spread. And I think it's time that we stand up and we end this together. We start this new year fresh and allow our kids to enter the school year mask free. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up, we have Lori McClaskey registered online, but she is here with us in person. Lori, are you available to come to the podium?
Did you hear me?
In the, okay. Thank you, Lori.
How about that? Nothing like a little surprise. Thank you. I'm here to ask that you, as supporters of children, make every effort to advocate for the removal of the mask mandate. In that regard, there should be specific action, including a letter stating your position as a school board. And of course, you should support agenda item 54. That should be the starting point, though, and not the ending point. My question is, how can we be satisfied with ourselves as adults when we have, as child advocates, when we have children that are forced to go to school with their faces covered People can literally go to Disneyland or eat at a restaurant without a mask, but you can't be in a California public school without having your face covered. I cannot even fathom how anyone thinks that that is logical or appropriate or humane, really, for children. I think of the kindergartners with their faces covered with germy masks who are too little to even know how to wear a mask properly. Not to mention the fact that the fear that is being instilled in them at that impressionable age. I think of teenagers who have a tendency to self-isolate with their faces covered and unable to have much needed social interactions. I think of special needs students who need to be able to see faces, and they're surrounded by others with their faces covered that are around them. That's not right. I think of athletes playing sports and exercising with their breathing obstructed. We've all heard cases about just kids passing out, running and stuff. I think, what are we doing to our children? What harm are we inflicting on them? We have to stand up to them, for them. We cannot stay silent. In our day, we sorry, I'm a little bit running in. We played freely. We took risks. Yes, we got sick, but our lives were not ruled by fear. And today, suicide, not COVID, is a leading cause of death among young people. Depression and substance abuse have reached epidemic levels. My high schooler wrote a whole speech about the power of a smile. A smile is a chain reaction of joy, and a smile can build a bridge between people. And I think we definitely need bridges between people today. I'm just asking, let our children live fully and freely. Let them breathe unobstructed air and let them smile. Thank you so much.
The next speaker I have registered is Shannon Welsh, and I do not have her present online. However, I do have Andrea now on the line, who had registered previously.
Hi, my name's Andrea Ewell. I've lived in San Clemente and Talega since 2004. I currently have 4 children going to San Clemente High School next year, 1 senior and 3 freshmen. And I just wanted to make my voice heard. I've served as the president of the Talega HOA for the last 11 years and have grown up in this area as a young family into a family of a household overrun by teenagers. And wanted to let you know the discouragement that my children have had with masks this past year. I had 2 children who opted out of being in the classroom with their teachers and their peers and their teammates because of the masks. They decided to do 100% online. It was difficult for them to hear the teachers when they were online. It was difficult for them to read together when they were online. It was also hard for them to be motivated to be in the classroom setting. So I just really wanted to encourage you to do all that you can as a board, knowing that you don't make the actual decision to disband the masks mandate. I wanted to encourage you to do all that you can to allow our kids to be children, to enjoy their childhood, and to speak freely, be open, and to breathe without taking in their own carbon dioxide, which we all know is poison in and of itself. So I thank you for everything that you do as a board, and just wanted to voice my opinion for my household that we're in full support of getting rid of masks altogether.
Thank you. And next I have Shannon. Shannon, thank you for your patience with me. Yeah. I didn't realize you were with us present.
Yeah, no worries.
Go ahead.
Thank you guys for your time. I was kind of listening to you all when you were speaking about the graduations and how you were like, you saw joy in the kids and you were like, this excitement that they had made it through it. And it was reminding me exactly what I was going to talk about today, because that's what I see in the kids too. I see that they've made it through it, but with their arms behind their back. One arm has been put behind the back, but they made it through it. And It's great that they have, but also with a mask over their face. What happens if we remove the mask? Then we're back into the position where the kids are now thriving and moving forward without their hands behind their back. Yesterday, I went and ran a bunch of errands, and it was the first day where I walked into places where masks were an option. Some wore them, some didn't. And I saw faces. I saw people smiling. I had conversations. I could see emotions. I could see expressions, which then created an atmosphere for communication. So I am just asking this board to do what you can do to be an advocate for our kids, to go to these health agencies, write these letters, proposing what you know that you would want, so that we can see them resilient, excited, and thriving, just as your mission statement talks about. It says excellence is expected. Let's give the expectation that they can thrive and they can do this. So I just ask again, write these letters to these healthcare agencies, that these masks would be an option for our children in the fall. Not mandatory, but an option. Thank you for listening.
Next up, I have registered to speak online is Michelle Palasso Campbell.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. On this item, I am speaking only representing my own family and not any other group of people. Issues of public health need to be decided by public health experts, not pandering to politically motivated individuals. Leave the decisions for masks to the public health experts. Continue to follow the guidance of the California Department of Public Health. Do not open our district up to litigation for not following the guidance of the public health experts. Please vote no on this resolution. It does not protect our district, our students, or our staff. Thank you.
The next speaker I have registered is Leslie Fitter. I do not show Leslie online at this time. Following Leslie, I have Dana. Dana, go ahead. Your line is live.
Hi, I have 3 kids in the district, and I'm hoping you guys make the right decision. I do feel there's a little prejudice on this board with people like Gila Jones, who called the Board of Education unmasked denier buffoons and condoned having a child thrown in jail for not wearing a mask on her Facebook page recently. But you guys need to take into consideration our kids have been suffering. There's no science behind the mask. I've had a daughter come home with rashes on her face from wearing a mask at school. She's had a hard time reading cues from teachers, and it causes anxiety. There's been kids with autism who are not allowed to attend school this year because of our mask policy, and it's gotten ridiculous. You can go to a restaurant and not wear a mask. Why can you not sit in a classroom without one? You can go anywhere without one. So I'm hoping that you guys are responsible and quit bringing your politics into this and make the right decision for our children, because they need you guys to advocate for us and stand up for us. Not bring their political bias in like Gila Jones does on her page and mocks our board, which is very unprofessional of her. And I'm expecting you guys make the right decision for our kids and say enough. Enough is enough. This is all theater with the mask at this point, and it needs to stop. Thank you.
Next, we'll move to our in-person speakers that I have registered. First, I have Charlotte Thomas. On deck, I have Erin Gardner, and following Erin, I have Allison McRobin. Charlotte, go ahead.
Thank you. I was actually given this as I came in tonight by a gentleman who wrote it. His name is Steve, and he asked me if I would do it for him. He was not able to come in because the woman that he was with is actually wearing a sign that says she cannot wear a mask, but so she's exempt from it and has reasons why, and they still didn't let her in. So I told him I would do it for him. So the harmful effects of wearing face masks. Face masks should not be worn by children at all, period, for the following reasons. 1, children are not susceptible to COVID-19. 2, if a child gets COVID-19, the child quickly recovers. The child may be asymptomatic and not even know he or she is sick. 3, children who contract COVID-19 do not infect others. The resolution you should send to public officials concerning children is to ask them to remove the mask requirement. For adults, the same recommendation should be urged for the following reasons. 1, COVID-19 cases are rapidly declining, and not because anyone is wearing masks. It's unmasked populations have had the same infection rates as masked populations. The mask was a waste of time and hazardous to everybody's health. COVID-19 infection rates are declining for other reasons related to herd immunity, which took time to build up, and the growing use of therapeutics. 2, meantime, both children and adults wearing masks are in fact at greater risk, not less risk, of getting COVID-19, as well as many other infectious diseases because the mask interferes with the body's ability to defend itself with its immune system. The mask prevents complete inhalation of carbon dioxide from the lungs. CO2 is trapped between the mask and the mouth and is inhaled back into the lungs, reducing the oxygen in the blood, which makes it easier for COVID-19 virus to invade the body cells. Carbon dioxide toxicity in the blood caused by breathing in your own CO2 causes many other malfunctions too. Vision and hearing, thinking abilities, heart rate are all adversely affected. These symptoms of CO2 poisoning occurred when CO2 is only 3% above normal. Even healthy teenagers have died from heart attacks trying to tough it out while keeping their masks on. The heart just stops when it cannot get enough oxygen, and it does so without warning. Hypoxia, lack of oxygen, also increases the risk of blood clots that invites a stroke. Strokes have killed people because they keep the mask on. The mask itself is polluted by every inhalation and warm with water vapors from your lungs, attracts all kinds of other viruses, bacteria, mold, spores, and everything else floating on the air.
Thank you for speaking. Our next speaker is Erin Gardner.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here to say no to the masks. 2 things are very clear, just like Charlotte just stated and some of the others. Kids are very unlikely to become infected or seriously ill or suffer death from COVID. I just recently moved here. I have a daughter who's about to start kindergarten, and she's healthy and loves to be outside. And there's no way I'm going to send her to school to wear a mask all day and play with her friends. I just won't do it. It's vital they breathe fresh air. It's vital they see their friends smile and laugh. I didn't expect to get emotional, but I don't know how long you think we're going to wear masks for 5 more years. Would you guys wear them that long? Are you going to keep them on your kids forever? Children in every grade are reporting headaches and fatigue and being affected majorly. This is interfering with social and emotional development, kids with special needs. I don't agree with it at all. And you got to take these masks off. You got to fight for these parents and fight for these kids, more parents need to come and fight for the kids to be unmasked. And I just can't believe, I don't know. So please contact who you need to contact, at least make it optional, or do away with it completely, but the kids don't need to suffer anymore. So thank you for listening.
Next up. Allison, go ahead. Are you Allison?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me stand up here and share my thoughts. First, I want to thank you for deciding to allow my children to be in school in person for nearly the entire last school year. I can only speak to my own experience, and having my children do in-person learning was the right decision. A lot of progress has been made since the start and height of this pandemic. It is not March 2020 anymore. One fact that has remained the same is that kids are not a vulnerable population for this virus. We as parents keep hearing about the science, and therefore we keep saying the same things over again. If I have to reiterate these things tonight to ensure we take that next step forward, I will do so. We, the parents, will do so. The science shows that children are not at risk for severe COVID-19 disease. Their risk of being a carrier for SARS-CoV-2 to infect others is minuscule. Their risk of catching SARS-CoV-2 at all is minuscule. We all have way too many facts that are based on science to keep masking our children. We have way too many facts to have the masking of our children be mandatory and not an option. My children were in preschool and kindergarten, wearing masks for 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. Both of my kids would come home and their masks would be so dirty around the nose and mouth areas from touching and adjusting them all day. It was months later that I would notice other differences in my children from wearing a mask at school. The fear in their eyes or the panic on their face when they thought they might have forgotten their mask. My 4-year-old son's first interaction at a CapoUSD preschool was from a masked stranger pointing an object at his forehead. While these may seem like minor issues to you as adults, the issues in the minds of children were enough for a meltdown. And we, the parents, stand before you tonight. We are here to tell you that these meltdowns can be avoided for the next coming school year. The psychological issues that come with masking our children need to be a thing of the past. Children need to play outside and breathe fresh air without restraint from something covering their mouths and noses. Children deserve the right to learn inside a classroom mask-free. They deserve the right to learn from the social cues of their teachers and peers, something that can only be fully done without wearing a mask. Please unmask our children. Children deserve the right to an exceptional school experience without fear that they are wearing their mask wrong. They deserve the right to be close to their friends at any distance with their faces uncovered. Children deserve the right to see their teachers and peers smile and be able to show their own proud smiles back. Please unmask our children. Families, parents, and guardians deserve the right to be the ones to make the best decision for their kids. Please give us the option to unmask our children. Now is the time when actions speak louder than words. Now is the time when your actions will speak volumes to us as parents. Sorry. And now is the time when we will know whether or not you have the very best interest of our children at heart. Now is the time when we will know whether or not the well-being of our children is in the root of your decision.
Thank you so much for your time, Allison. Our next speaker is Michelle McNutt, on deck, Molly, and Vanessa. So Michelle, this is.
Mrs. Hayes, when we're done with the people in person, can you go back through the ones who were supposed to be online just to see if any of them.
To double check? I
Make sure
certainly
that
will.
they had an opportunity. Thank you.
Hi, I'm here in opposition of this resolution, which is not the same thing as being opposed to taking our masks off. It means that I'm opposed to the language. And in this resolution, I see it as nothing more than a political symbol over something that by itself is simply a safety measure until more can be vaccinated and until better therapies are available. Public safety has to take precedence over politics. This resolution is, just reading it, it's full of misinformation. It is misleading. I don't think there's anything statistically significant in the studies. I didn't even see any studies linked. So I think voting in favor of something that is scientifically and medically inaccurate is going to undermine the public's trust. And like Dr. Salcedo said, you're giving this to public health experts. I'm just asking you to please not support this. Thank you.
Molly? We'll just give Mr. Nowak just a second. I wanted to just thank Mr. Nowak for his support tonight and at several of our meetings.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Molly Garibaldi. I'm a proud CUSD graduate, former CUSD teacher, and now a CUSD parent. I'd like to voice my support for the proposal to make masks optional for students and staff in the coming year. I know you have heard many voices tonight and in the past with a myriad of arguments as to why these masks need to come off and why you need to use all the power given to you by this community to make that happen. I pray that you will listen with a discerning ear and follow your God-given conscience to do what your heart tells you is right. We have all had a lot of voices coming at us this past year. Voices in the name of science, voices of our local and national leaders, voices from the pulpit, and voices of media influencers. The challenge is that these voices have frequently contradicted each other. Their truths have changed as their information and understanding has changed. It is nearly impossible to know which voices to listen to and which voices to trust. I'm not going to argue all the specifics of transmission rates and death rates and the unanticipated consequences these masks have had on society and our children in particular. You've heard all of that, and we'll hear more of it tonight. I just want to be a voice that calls you to remember two things. First, remember being a kid again. Remember your own experiences of the school years, both the joys and the challenges. Remember the faces. It is amazing how after all these years, those images can be recalled. Teachers who made a lasting impact on your life, friends who shaped your interests and your character, classroom experiences that directed your goals and your future. Now try to imagine for a moment how different those years would have been sitting in a classroom, socially distanced, with a mask covering all but the eyes of those faces. Secondly, I want to ask you to remember why you were here. What got you into education in the first place? What brought you to sign up for a career or an elected position that is in many ways a thankless job? As a teacher myself, I can say that, and you know what I mean. You are not here for the accolades or the pay or the amazing vacation benefits. We know that's not how it really works. You are here for the kids. Remember those kids. Maybe your own kids, maybe those from a classroom years ago, maybe the ones sitting in classrooms that you have the privilege of helping to govern. Now do what you know in your heart of hearts is right for those kids. Let them breathe, let them smile, let them connect with their teachers and classmates in the way that God intended. Thank you so much.
As we transition, Vanessa Santos is next and our next inside speaker. After that, the following speakers are outside, so I'm going to call their names so that they can hear and be ready to come in. Leah Jarin, Jill O'Kelly, Carrie Hess, Sarah Beck, Betsy Hansen, and Leslie Zaminsky. So please be prepared, and we welcome you inside. Vanessa, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for everything you've done over the past year to keep our kids safe and get them in school. As a mom of two, I really appreciated being able to drop them off at school. Also, happy Pride and happy Freedom Day coming up on Juneteenth. My kids are 9 and 5 and have never complained about their masks. In fact, my 5-year-old sometimes forgets that he even has his on after I pick him up. I really think that they follow behavior that it's modeled to them by adults, and their teachers simply asked them to wear their masks, and they did. We just heard a heart-wrenching story of a young child who was deeply affected by COVID. So how can we say that kids aren't in danger when one of our own students in the district has suffered? Masks do not teach fear. Doctors and nurses wear masks every day. They're simply tools we use to manage infectious disease during a pandemic. This is a remarkable time. Of course, none of us want to continue wearing masks, but we need to keep safe while we work to herd immunity, and we're going to get there with vaccines. Our kids are not vaccinated. My 9-year-old is not vaccinated yet. I don't want him going to school with kids that could potentially be spreaders of COVID, even if they're asymptomatic. I believe the eyes show emotions. When I smile, you can tell when I'm smiling just by my eyes twinkling and the wrinkles around our eyes that we get over time. We need to continue keeping our children safe until the experts agree that we can move on. This should not be political. This is a simple tool that we have to manage disease when we're dealing with a pandemic, a global pandemic that has killed millions of people. But I am glad to hear people so concerned with the suffering of our kids. And I hope that that empathy continues for our gay kids who are facing bullying, our trans kids who are being oppressed and told that they can't be who they say that they are, our Muslim kids who are being called terrorists in the classroom, our Black children being told that anti-racism is propaganda, and brown kids that they should go back home. We should stand up for all the kids. I absolutely agree to that. But we need to have empathy for all the kids and support all the kids. And part of that is keeping them safe and trusting the science. Thank you.
Next up is Leah.
Masking children is simply cruel and abusive. There are plenty ways to stay safe, just like teachers always have from the beginning of time, without enforcing strict mask rules on our babies, which are destroying our children's learning ability and mental state. Masks should be optional. Those who want to wear them can, or if they feel scared, stick with the online-only model. I know for my children, the masks have affected them greatly in a negative way. Sorry, I'm getting nervous. I have 2 kids in the dual immersion program. And for those of you who don't know what dual immersion is in the audience, that means that they are learning fully in Spanish. We are not a Spanish-speaking family. And so they are trying to learn a language from a teacher who is masked and muzzled. It's caused them to not be able to grasp the language fully. And I mean, as you know, in order to speak and learn properly, children need to be able to see the mouth of their teachers and peers. It's also caused them to feel like they're being muzzled all day. They had a hard time running and playing with masks on. They long for a day where they do not have to wear masks and can see their teachers and friends' faces. I also have an incoming kindergartner this coming fall, and I fear that he will not be able to survive kindergarten successfully, learning Spanish, masked up, and having to try to learn a new language from a teacher who is also muzzled and muffled. We need to get rid of the mask requirement. My niece also started having panic attacks every time she had to wear a mask at school. This caused my brother and sister-in-law to have to pull her out and her sister out of the CapoUSD program to homeschool. Many parents will pull their children if masks continue to be required. If we can now go to Disneyland without a mask, my kids should be able to go to class without one. My husband proudly serves our country in the military, and we as a family stand for freedom. That means freedom to live our true and best life in the United States of America. Masking our children does not allow us to live our lives free. We will continue to fight for our children to live the best life they can. We will not back down. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jill O'Kelly. Jill O'Kelly, are you still with us this evening? The next speaker is Carrie Hess.
Hi, I am super happy to hear that the board has this resolution to send an appeal to CDPH. The pertinent fact is that masks are not a safety measure. It is no longer sufficient to say that masks may add some protection against this virus, so therefore we should make our kids wear them. This is not a scientifically supported statement any longer. As a matter of fact, science has showed the antithesis to that illogical idea. Our kids are generally the dirtiest humans of our population. They need fresh air to circulate around their nasal and oral orifices. Putting fabric or this material over the nose and mouth actually is creating a breeding ground for pathogens. We all cooperated for 9 months with masked school attendants. Hands constantly touch these masks. Children's hands touching their masks. Other children's hands touching other friends' masks. Countless masks fall on the ground and are put back on their little faces. They are placed on bathroom sinks. They fall on the dirtiest floors contaminated with pathogens. Bathroom floors, lunch tables, lunch table floors. There was a study done June 16th, 2021. 5 masks were sent in to the University of Florida Spectrometry Research and Education Center for analysis. They were worn by 4 children and 1 adult. They were brand new or freshly laundered and were worn for 5 to 8 hours. The ages were 6 to 11 of the children. I think 5 were the children, 1 was adult, so it was 6 masks. And 3 of these had dangerous pneumonia-causing bacteria. All 5 were contaminated with bacteria, parasites, and fungi. The lab test was capable of detecting SARS-CoV-2. This test did not find that virus, but it did find only 1 virus on 1 mask, which was cellophane herpes virus 1. There were 11 other pathogens found on these 6 masks with beautiful fancy names. I did not have time to write them down. Let's see, Dr. Fauci, May 9th, 2020. This was almost a year ago, but he stated, when in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel better. But masks are not providing the perfect protection that people think they are. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the masks and touching their face. My addendum, especially children. The science did not change, but the politics changed. The fact of the matter is masks are dirty.
Carrie, thank you so much for your time. We do need to go on to the next speaker.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Beck. Sarah, are you with us this evening? And it's my understanding that everyone now has moved from outside to inside the building. Is that correct? Okay. We'll move on from Sarah Beck to the next speaker, Betsy Hansen.
Good evening. Thank you, Board of Trustees. Thank you for the time and service that you've been all giving to our educational system. And I do appreciate everything you've been doing, especially for opening up the schools and allowing graduation. I had a daughter last year who graduated, and that has, to this day, she cries that she didn't get to walk. And my daughter this year graduated and she got to walk. I'm a mother of 5 children. 2 older ones have graduated through this system, and 2 just graduated. And I have 1 son who just entering high school. I'm also a former educator, so I greatly understand the importance of what you do every day. And I also know the importance of educating kids properly. I greatly appreciate Trustee Davis right now for bringing this up because this is so important. And so I thank you for bringing up this agenda item 54 and proposing that the CDPH for the removal of masks mandate and allowing it to be an option. As Trustee Davies gave excellent information in supporting the removal of the masks, and everyone knows that masks are not a healthy option for our children, educators, and staff. I'm sure all of you are sitting in here. I can't wait to get home to take off your masks. The other thing that's so interesting is as I'm sitting in here and I see all of you behind your glasses with masks on, I didn't even know who was talking a couple times, and I had to kind of like get my bearings. I can't imagine what it must be like for children sitting in a classroom and not knowing who's saying what and not knowing really, it's very a confusing situation. I'm just noticing it, especially in this classroom tonight or this room tonight. Everyone knows that masks aren't healthy for our children. My children physically feel terrible wearing masks all day and then they're shamed. I was told also I came down with my mask, came down a little bit, and someone came up to me and said, pull your mask up over your nose. My kids hear this all the time, and it's horrible. It makes them feel terrible. This isn't any way for children to learn and live. By the way, the death rate for 2019 and 2020 is the same. It's flat. Just want you guys to recognize that if no one has ever said that to you. So this is all that, that's all that needs to be said about that. As an educator facing, our faces are extremely imperative for the healthy and effective learning. Children are in school to learn, so they need to learn, and they need to learn in a healthy environment. Masks are not offering that. This is about our children. Children are growing, and oxygen is necessary for children to grow good, healthy development. Breathing carbon dioxide is proven to suppress immune systems and damage children's health. They need to breathe freely. We also know that masks do not protect anyone from the spread of COVID-19. You look at the mask boxes, they say this doesn't stop the spread. Thank you for your time. Please take all the steps necessary to be in favor of 54 and move forward in the steps of unmasking our kids.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Our next speaker is Leslie Zeminski.
Hello, trustees. I am a mother. My son graduated from San Clemente, and I am also a cancer survivor. Who among in this crowd has ever been on a ventilator? I have. I have a trach scar. It was many, many years ago. I was blessed to have fantastic doctors, and I had family that was able to be in the ICU with me all the time, 24 hours a day, except the changing of the guards. I can't imagine having a child who would have to be exposed to COVID and them being in the ICU, and I can't get to my child. You have children's lives in your hands. Someone asked, do any of you have medical licenses? This is madness. This is madness. Children aren't even eligible to be vaccinated, some of them. I don't know what you're thinking. Thank you for your time.
Trustee Jones, I am double checking the list. And right now we are 98% sure we've called on everyone. So I'm just waiting for the nod.
Do you want to recall names from online just to double check?
Sure. Rachel Carlson. I do not have Rachel online. Kelly Mahalo. I do not have Kelly online. Michelle Barczalo. I do not have Michelle online. Krista Snyder. I do not have Krista online. Leslie Fitter. I do not have Leslie online. So now we've double checked, and I believe we've called on everyone for item 54.
Thank you very much. So now it is trustee discussion time.
Trustee Jones, hi.
Oh, yes.
Sarah Beck, yes, please come
yes,
forward.
please.
I think Sarah was waiting outside.
Yes, please come up.
Can we check one more time on outside and then we'll close public comment for board discussion?
Okay.
So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm late. It's my son's birthday party, so I'm coming from there after putting him to bed. I'm a mom. I'm a parent. You've seen me speak before. Something I'm passionate about is the mask wearing for my kids at school. And I know that this is a topic that you are visiting, and it would be wonderful if you could push to appeal to the state and to the California Department of Public Health. I have reached out to, of course, both entities and gotten nowhere. In fact, Governor Newsom's office hung up on me when I asked if I was going to get a follow back. So as a parent, I feel pretty much like my hands are tied. I'm completely helpless in my ability to help my kids. And my kids love school. They love our school. They love San Juan Elementary. Carrie Bertini is amazing. The teachers at our school are fantastic. I can't say enough about you guys and the job that you do, and I know how hard it is. I know that you guys are here often till midnight, 1 in the morning when you have these board meetings, and I'm grateful that you're here. And I know that most of you probably have children, Kristen, and I know that you have a child in the dual immersion program, and I know you know how important it is that they see their teachers' faces, and I know how you know that it's important for them to have face-to-face conversation with their teacher. They need to see their lips move so that they can learn how to speak a different language, whether it's a child who speaks Spanish that does not know English, which is why the dual immersion programs are there. I know, because as a graduate student, I wrote a paper on bilingual education. So the whole reason why we have bilingual programs is for the Latino children who need to learn how to speak English. And you can't see a face when you're trying to learn, right? Another language, or when you're trying to learn, period. It's really important. We all know that. There's plenty of studies that we've all read. Anyway, I'm rambling. My point is that at the final week of school, my child spoke at the last board meeting. And from that time on, she came to me and said, Mom, I don't think I want to go back to school if I have to wear a mask. I can't breathe. I'm yelled at all the time. There's a different dynamic when you're at work and you're sitting in your office and you take a breath. Nobody's giving you a hard time. There's a different power dynamic with children and adults. There's a different power dynamic when there's multiple adults telling you to adjust your mask. And there's nothing wrong with that dynamic. It's just there. And so I'm asking you to please consider this and fight for the parents, because I'm not the only parent that won't let their kids go back to school if they have to wear masks. It's not right. They can't breathe. It's a long time, 6 hours a day. So I could spout a lot of information, but you guys know the information. It's out there. I'm sure plenty of people have emailed it to you, and I'm just going to say this. I'm grateful for you, and I'm asking you to stand up for my kids and the rest of the kids in this district, which I believe is 47,000 kids. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful night.
I think we're going to take one more quick check to find out if there's anyone else that might have wished to speak.
We have everyone. We've completed
Okay,
the
we
list.
have everyone. Okay, so trustees, who would like to speak on this item? And I think I still have 2 trustees on Zoom, although I don't see them right now. Let me see. Okay, trustee McNicholas, go ahead.
Okay, I'll start. First of all, I hope that everyone who spoke tonight or online to this board about getting rid of masks also contacted the CDPH. Because as much as whether I agree with you or not, we are tied to the CDPH guidelines. Also, and I keep fooling with my mask, I'm sorry. I keep hearing people talking about follow the science and quoting research. And I'm going to spout a little bit on that. What used to be called research was peer-reviewed and published and presented at conventions and meetings and discussed and republished. Nowadays, I can publish. I can publish my research based on a sample of 6 parents who sent their masks to University of Florida lab or whatever. That becomes research within 24 hours. So I guess maybe I'm skeptical, but I don't trust anybody who says, follow the science, look at the research, because I can find research to support just about anything. A lot of the research quoted in things written to us, I didn't read them all. I mean, these are pages and pages. I didn't read them all, but I pulled a few out, and some are, first of all, out of date, including what Dr. Fauci may have said a year ago, March or May, including studies in Norway and China and everywhere else. We've all learned a lot in a year. Some of the things that were sent to were obviously published by political opinion publications, not by scientific journals. It's not that I don't believe in New England Journal of Medicine or Stanford University, but I happen to attend, but I don't agree with everything they say either. I just think there's so much out there, and it is not up to us. We are not, I don't think anybody here has a medical degree. You're right, it's not up to us. It's up to California Department of Public Health. Okay, that being said, I personally believe that the risk of students contracting COVID is less than the risk of social, emotional, health, and educational risks of wearing masks. That's my personal opinion. That being said, I can't make that decision here. I can't encourage my fellow trustees to make that decision. We are bound by the California Department of Public Health. So, that being said, I appreciate Trustee Davis's courage in bringing this forward. I'm sorry to say I don't agree with the way it's worded. And I have several friendly amendments that I'd like to offer. But I want to give other people a chance to speak too. I don't want to take over the whole meeting. If anybody else wants to speak before I get going.
No one else? Let's see.
I have a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
So I think we do need to reiterate again, and it's confusing that this is not a mandate to remove masks, nor is it a vote to discontinue wearing it. So I understand the confusion there, especially when it's such an emotional topic. I think we all agree, as was laid out, we have directed staff as soon as possible, masks come off. And that's the extent of our powers as a public school district to do so. And also as a public school district, though, we are held to a higher standard. And as one parent wrote to me, when their children are not in their care, they're in our care. So at this moment in time, and our abilities to deal with COVID is changing rapidly. The immunization rate, children are now being tested. That's probably, I don't know, people smarter than I am are going to look at when we'll have children under 12 being able to be immunized. It is happening rapidly from what we were dealing with a year ago. But children under our care is we have to keep them healthy and safe. So like Martha, I encourage people to write to the California Department of Health. I do not think it's our place to do so. We can do so as individuals because a resolution speaks for the entire school district. I cannot speak on this topic for the entire school district. Now, if we were to submit something, again, back to that higher standard, friendly amendments for sure. I would not submit this to the California Department of Health, and I'm not trying to be mean, but there's no citations, there's no it's pretty much anecdotal. And there are some things that are very probably in the anecdotal. I mean, I have to ask how many of our school nurses have said that we've got pervasive problems with hygiene and so on and so forth. So anyway, I would defer back to Martha to make, if there were to make corrections. I still wouldn't support that because it's not my wheelhouse. I have enough to do to make sure kids stay safe. And I really feel very strongly if we all do our part, that we will get through this sooner than later. But again, I go with all of you, masks are not fun. Our children, our modern children are pretty traumatized all the time. We do active shooter drills. We have all sorts of things that they have to contend with that, even though my sister was traumatized by the Cuban Missile Crisis because she had to duck and cover. And I'm not trying to be flip, but it is a challenge, and there's resiliency and grit. And I do think, as my mom used to say, this too shall pass, but we have to do the right thing and stay the course. So I volley that back to you, Martha, if you wanted to rewrite it. But as far as I'm concerned, I have a job to do, and it's not petitioning in the name of this entire school district, the California Department of Health.
Trustee Castellanos does want to speak. She's let me know. I've been texting to see whether she and Trustee Bullicus want to speak. So I'd like to call on her at this time. Can you unmute, Trustee Castellanos? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Jones. This year has been very challenging for all of us. My day job is a teacher, and I teach TK. And this year I lost 2 parents to COVID. So I completely understand and feel how traumatizing and overwhelming this was for a lot of my families and students. But as I do my job every day and I wear a mask while teaching and my students are in masks, is it difficult? Yes. Is it a small sacrifice right now that we have to make? I do believe that it is. I don't believe it's my place to make decisions that our public health officials are set out to do for us. We are required, like Trustee McNicholas and Trustee Hanachek have both spoke about, how we need to follow CDPH, and that is where we need to go as a district. So I would like to hear Trustee McNicholas if she has amendments, but I do think and feel that it's not my place to make these decisions, and that I am hopeful. I think COVID has changed, and I do think that it will continue to change over summer. And I'm hoping that by the time our students go back in the fall, that this mask mandate will go away for them as well. So that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I actually would like to make a suggestion that might preempt your suggestion. I would like to plan to vote for this, but I don't know that we have the votes to pass it. And I have a suggestion that I think might make it possible to get the votes to pass it. And that is that we state that we are making this request on behalf of, I'm going to say, many hundreds of parents and students in our district. Because I think that's valid. I think there are many hundreds of parents and students in our district who would like us to make this request. We are asking them to contact these officials themselves. And as one parent said, it kind of falls on deaf ears. And I think what they're saying is, we have more of a voice. So I would just like to propose that there's a little bit of editing in addition I would like to do to it, but I think there's 2 places where we could insert that statement that we're asking as the voice of these people or on behalf of these people, and that might make it something that we could get 4 votes on or more. So go ahead, Trustee McNicholas.
And the other thing that I would like to include on this is encouraging, which is a problem we faced the whole COVID, is the timeliness of the response from CDPH. I mean, we are in the end of June. We're going to start school again in 2 months. If they wait another 2 weeks and then they change their mind again on June 15th, and we're going, come on, we have to plan for things here. So somewhere in there, I want to encourage not only that we're relaying the feelings of hundreds of our constituents, but that you need to make a decision in a timely manner. And that's up or down or sideways, we still need that. So, and I don't know, my suggestions may be a lot. So I don't know whether we want to take the time to try to edit from the dais, or that I work with Trustee Davis to rewrite and bring back. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I think that I agree with your point that we need to express that they need to, get on with it. Whatever they're going to decide, they need to do something. And we are being left hanging. And frankly, that's why we end up here with parents, knocking on the door, because we don't have answers for them. We need to give them answers, whatever the answers are. So I agree with that. And I would like to ask Trustee Davis whether she would accept that addition, and also the addition that I make of voicing this on behalf of, many parents and students.
I would be okay with many parents and students, but not hundreds, because we're a district of 47,201. I don't know what it used to be, 501, but I don't know the number.
Whatever.
But I don't, so I think that would sound really small
That's
for
fine.
our large district. So I
Okay.
would certainly be okay to say on behalf of a large number. I'm not quite sure that verbiage right there,
Just,
but.
yeah, many is fine with me. I don't care.
And I would love to add encouraging timeliness of response by CDPH. And in addition, I'd like to speak to those that are against my resolution. And I want those that are here to know that if you read it, it says to wear masks to be optional. So it didn't say that your children that would like to wear masks, that they can't. So it just allows it to be an option. So that, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. So I'm fine with suggestions, and I'd love to, and I know Pamela had a comment as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, Trustee. Yes,
I
go
was
ahead.
just saying,
Trustee Johnson.
I would think about agreeing if you say it just represents many parents, but I do want to hear it before we vote.
Absolutely.
I want to
Now-
make sure anything false is taken out of it. There was some things about citations. I wouldn't want that.
Right.
Okay.
We could, okay, so we've got, at that point, I think we've got 4 of us, even without the others who would vote for it. We could take a break, and we could, try to spend 10 minutes kind of editing this in, like in the other room.
Okay.
Well.
Yeah, this is a public forum
Yeah.
on a topic that Trustee Davis has brought forward. I didn't get to hear, Pam, I didn't hear what you had to say.
Yeah.
Sorry, you don't want to, I couldn't hear it. The most efficient, as we always do as a board, again, we're held to higher standards. I'm not going to slapdash something together and send to the CDPH. And I think we can all agree that the CDPH knows exactly that they need to get on it, and they hear from a lot of people like, let's go. So us sending our voice is a wonderful gesture. And if we're going to do a gesture, I want to do it right. And I want to do it with efficacy and have the right thing. So my suggestion would be, if everybody is very invested in doing this, because I too would like masks to get away from children as soon as possible, make your edits. We could all then do, as we do always in the past, to do this kind of work. We suggest what we see. We want it to be factual. And I do not want things about painting all children in our school that they're unhealthy and unsanitary. I mean, heck, I sent my kids to school with extra clothes, and they're boys. So work that can be done here. And then I would suggest we bring it back. To do this work from the dais, I won't support that because that's not how we work, how this board does that work. So if you would like to make some changes and have the resolution reflect the quality that it should, it's representational from all the parents in the school district. As we say, as she says here, it says it to advocate, that's fine. Then I would maybe support that when it comes back and see what it looks like.
With all due respect, I think we do it now because of the timeliness of what it is and where we are. And if we wait till July, it puts us too far down the road.
Also in July, the science is changing so rapidly, we might then preclude ourselves from sending something that's not ready to be read, or because we're not only is it the CDPH, but you are suggesting to Supervisor Bartlett, who I have really valued her leadership on this. We've been getting weekly updates from her. Gosh, there's just a whole list of folks here, and it's pride in what we represent in this school district to do it right.
I in no way expect to not do it right. So I would love to continue with this. And to someone's point, I have spoke with a number of we have 11 district nurses in our district, and I spoke with a number of them, and they are in full support of this resolution. And I spoke with, there is not a day gone by that I have not spoken with 10 to 20 to 30 to 50 families that are very concerned and are struggling with their families, especially small children. And it's important that we are the advocate and we are the voice, because as many have said, that they're not getting through, they're not being heard, they don't feel that their voice is coming from a place that they can hear it. So I would like to get this resolution reworked.
So we do have a board workshop on June 23rd, which is only 2 weeks, right? Next Wednesday. Oh, yes, 1 week. If a board subcommittee would work on that, I would recommend Trustee McNicholas, who is an outstanding resolution writer. I mean, just amazing. And that the two of you work on that, and perhaps a third person to kind of capture this so that we can. Because you're the grammarian. You know, when it comes to resolutions, you are so much better. I appreciate that, but Trustee McNicholas is being modest. She is so amazing at this.
Okay, let's reiterate, because we can't do anecdotal. We need to have data points and data sets. If you have spoken to 5 nurses, 10 nurses, we need that thing. We need to have substantiating information before we send to the CDPH what, because otherwise we're going to have all sorts of stuff.
Unless you say anecdotally.
Right.
Or just say that this is what our parents are asking us to
But here,
transmit.
folks, stop.
Okay.
We can't speak for all parents, and it almost has to be, and I get it. I truly, within my diverse group, I've got these parents. This is not my wheelhouse. I am not a doctor. I will educate the heck out of, just like CDPH isn't gonna tell me how to educate children. So again, for me, I guess this is probably an exercise in futility. We need to do the right thing, stay focused, get the information we have from CDPH. I appreciate Trustee Davis wanting to advocate, but when we talk about advocacy, there's no teeth to this. They're not going to respond. If you want to sue, which we already had an entity that lost in that. So I'm like, it's a great effort. It's very emotional. We cannot spend time on this because it's not going to draw anything to, we're not going to get anywhere with it.
Amy, a lot of our resolutions don't.
Excuse me, Trustee Jones. Just please note that I would like to speak. This is Trustee Bullicus at the next opportunity.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, yeah, let's let Trustee Bullicus speak. I was just checking to see if she had responded to my text. So she would like to speak. Go ahead. Go ahead, Trustee Bullicus.
I'm anxious to move this forward with the fact that I'd like to hear more with Trustee McNicholas's recommendations. If we can move it to next week, but I don't want to push this off to July and August. I do believe there is, we've given parents and families the options, all kinds of options in terms of their children where they are concerned about the health issues and where there are immune systems that have concerns, to be able to have the option to wear the mask, to end school, but of the pros and the cons. The parents submitting and writing emails and who have spoken tonight, there is a large voice, and we just don't have the exact number. I think it's more than that want their children to attend school without masks. And it would be a disservice in my mind that we don't listen to them and try to send that voice forward. So I am going to be in favor of moving this forward with the looking at edits. And I would like then to have this done, and would ask if this can be added at this hour to the agenda for the 23rd meeting. Otherwise, I would spend the time in rectifying it this evening.
Trustee Davis, go ahead. Oh, Trustee, your light was on. Trustee McNicholas?
Okay, let me just cover a couple of, just to get an idea of what I was thinking, okay? Whether we're gonna do it tonight or next week. I vote for next week. First of all, I would take out anything that refers to any sort of scientific evidence or reports or studies show. Because like I say, I could come up with a study that would support either thing. So I take all of those out. I think the first whereas shouldn't be a whereas, that's the resolve. I would take out the whereas about the World Health Organization. I would reword the statement about students younger than 12 have not been shown to be spreaders. I would just say are at lower risk. There's some rewording. And then there's three whereases that I would like to add. One is, and maybe this is the one we start out with, is whereas school districts are required to follow best practices as defined by the CDPH, and CUSD relies on timely guidance to be able to plan for our 2021-2022 school year. And whereas Capistrano Unified has been a leader in getting students back into the classroom following all the California Department of Public Health guidelines. And whereas restrictions on capacity, distancing, and use of masks in all other sections of the economy have been lifted, so to allow unmasked groups of all ages, both indoor and outdoor, at indoor and outdoor venues. So those are the whereases I would like to add. And on the therefore, on the resolve, the primary resolve, I would suggest something more like, now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Capistrano Unified School District hereby encourages the CDPH to provide timely guidelines for schools and to consider elimination of the mask mandate to wearing of masks optional for teachers, students, and staff. So it's kind of saying the same thing, but, and I agree with, I didn't include Gila's suggestion of we are doing this we represent the values or opinions or responses from our students, a great many of our families and students. So I haven't incorporated that into my writing, but I would like to do that.
Well, I think this is all doable, and we might not get a 7-0 vote on this, but I think we have enough that we can get enough that we can, pass this.
Okay, so if we're going to put the energy into it, I move that you do make the edits. I would suggest that if you want to say that you're speaking on behalf of hundreds of parents or students, you need to say how many are in our school district out of 47,000, something like that. So if you want to rewrite it, and bring it back next Wednesday, I make that motion to do so. If we're determined to do this energy on it, then we better do it right and do it appropriately. And if we're going to send it off to the state, I do want to reiterate though, that we'll just double check in with the superintendent. Right now, we have to take our directions from the California Department of Health. That's the way we have to roll. And this is probably happening organically anyway, that we'll eventually be able to remove these. But let's reiterate our responsibility to the fiduciary responsibility to educating these children under those guidelines.
Yes, we have to follow the CDPH guidelines, and we also have to follow CalOSHA. And in the past, those entities have been in alignment. And over the past month, there have been changes back and forth, which we believe we'll get more clarity tomorrow and Friday. Although originally we thought we were getting our clarity on June 15th. So I don't want anyone to hold me to it because I don't know if that date will change. And Dr. Merwin is prepared to talk about what those are if the board would like to know what those are.
I would like to know what they are. Thank you, Dr. Merwin.
Trustee Castellanos wants to comment again. Can we take her comment before yours, Dr. Merwin? Yes, thank you. Go ahead, Trustee Castellanos.
No, I just, Trustee Hanachek just put a motion out there, so I just wanted to second that and move this to next week so that we do it right. That was my comment.
Okay, let's hear from Dr. Merwin and then we can vote on that motion.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, trustees. So in California Department of Public Health, in their announcement on June 15th, they changed guidance for use of face coverings. And you obviously can pull this off their website, and I have the actual wording here. The guidance for schools was, the guidance changed and then it said, except in the following settings for mask wearing, and then it called out specifically indoors in K-12 schools. However, it then also states, note, this may change as updated K-12 schools guidance is forthcoming, pending updates from operational guidance from the CDC. So we are all anticipating, as the superintendent stated, in the next few days, although you obviously no one can say for sure, that CDC guidance changes, CDPH then aligns with that guidance, and then mask wearing guidance is expected to change for schools. The school guidance was exempted from the changes that happened June 15th, but as it says, they are forthcoming. Now the changes state that exemption aside, masks are not required for fully vaccinated individuals. So that was the change in the guidance. Masks are not required for fully vaccinated individuals. And then it
Dr.
says
Merwin?
except in schools.
Dr. Merwin,
Yeah.
do you read that to mean, okay, masks are not required for fully vaccinated individuals except in schools? Or do you read that to mean that applies in schools?
So it is written to say that the school guidance, that this does not apply to school guidance.
Okay.
School guidance is a separate document. It's called the industry guidance for schools, and the CDPH did that industry guidance for restaurants, industry guidance for different business sectors. They had one specifically for schools. So that's what they were stating is the school guidance is status quo, which means masks are worn indoors.
Which is why I would like to have this resolution worked through tonight so that we can get that in and get it presented. I'd rather we take that time, whether we move it to the very end and address it then, or I don't think it's a problem to recess and rewrite, and we could read it out again.
But if we don't do it well, they're not going to listen to it.
I think Martha's got it nailed a lot more than I do. This is my first time writing a resolution. I've been on the board for 5 months. What do I know? So thank you, Martha, for helping me out.
I think 1 week, yeah, and I'm sorry, Pam, I think a week is not too much to ask to do it right. We will see the changing landscape with CalOSHA and the other entities. We'll be better prepared, and a week at this point isn't, but we're not starting school tomorrow. And frankly, we're in the middle of summer school right now, so we want to keep things going and as safe So I think a week would be fine, and we'll be able to make the changes appropriately and in the right time. It is 9:45 and we have a lot more business to attend to. There is a motion and a second on the table. President Jones, if you'd like to see if there's a vote on it.
Let's go ahead and take a vote if you would call the roll, Mrs. Hayes. I think we've.
Okay, there's a motion by trustee Hanachek and a second by trustee Castellanos to add to the board workshop. I believe it would be needed to necessitate a special meeting prior to the board workshop to address the resolution at that time. And I just state that to clarify the motion.
Yes, go ahead.
Martha, can we work on it tonight and make it right?
If you and I are the subcommittee, I'd be glad to stay tonight. But it still would be, the vote here is to present it for vote. I would absolutely be able to do that.
Okay, I will call the roll. Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus. I'll come back to trustee Bullicus as she is frozen on our screen. Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
The aye was trustee Bullicus. Trustee Davis, please restate.
Nay.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1 to bring the item back to a special meeting prior to the board workshop on May 23rd.
I just want to appreciate the members of the audience for not only giving your opinion, but also allowing us the time to kind of work this out. We are great at coming to consensus, I think, on this board, but it takes this because we can't go off in another room and, meet. We have to do this in public, and I appreciate your patience with that, and I think we will get a good resolution.
And your civility.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
yes, I appreciate you. And I think we're going to come up with something that you'll be happy with. Thanks.
Thank you.
So let's see, we are done with that, I think. And so now we're moving to item number 55, which is the special education local plan, area service plan, and annual budget plan. That's lots of plans. And let's see, Dr. Merwin, will you present this item?
Thank you very much, Trustee Jones, Honorable Trustee, Superintendent Patel-Brulti. It's my pleasure to present to you item 55, SELPA Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan. So I would like to thank Michelle for her comments. So the date has been revised. We apologize for the error. The public hearing date has been revised to reflect tonight that there are copies printed and available in the back with that updated date, as well as the attachment that she discussed. It was not included in the exhibit. It will be included online, and we do have copies printed in the back for that part of the exhibit. It was a cumbersome 11 by 14 that we didn't get into the print. So we apologize for that. Those have been made available in the back, and I appreciate Michelle's feedback on that. So as it states in the board report, this is an annual item that staff presents for board approval every June. The item shares details regarding the special education services and programs that we provide from infant through adult transition and expenditures for the services and programs. I would like to share too that I am very proud of the quality and the comprehensiveness of our continuum of services that we provide our students. Our SELPA really does an outstanding job, us being a single district SELPA. And we offer the entire continuum from age 0 to 2, all the way through adults and the continuum of least restrictive and more restrictive settings. So staff recommends approval and is available for any questions.
We do have one speaker card on this item.
Hi, it's me. So thank you, Dr. Merwin, for making those corrections. I do have a question. Was Wood Canyon added back into Exhibit 6 because they were missing off of the original. Since I can't find a version online right now to make that correction if needed.
Wood Canyon has been added, Greg. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Don. I appreciate that. And congratulations on your move to ATP. We wish you all the best. So thank you for making those corrections. I appreciate the work our CELPA does on behalf of all the children within CUSD, and CAC appreciates the work that we do in partnership with you. Thank you.
Okay, so that was our one speaker. Do we have any, oh, okay, trustee comments. Trustee McNicholas.
Just one question. I'm looking on, I'm not sure what page it is of, I think it's page 5. A5 of 6, where it lists the representatives of the community that are involved. I didn't think Ann Delphos was still involved in this. Is she still involved in this?
Ann does work for us as a consultant from time to time. So she was
okay.
involved in, with her extensive expertise, obviously with CELPA across the state. We included her as well on the team to ensure this plan was thorough.
Okay, so she really isn't one of our CUSD administrators. Just, maybe I'm.
She's a retired administrator that does work with us as a consultant.
Yeah. Okay, so I just didn't want to make it look like, anyway, if that's nitpicky or it doesn't make any difference. I mean, I agree that she's a knowledgeable, valid person on the committee, but anyway, okay. She could be other. Thank you. I'll move approval unless there's other questions.
I'll second. And I wanted to thank everyone. This is wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Oh, you're just ready to vote. Would you call the roll, Mrs. Hayes?
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus? Trustee Castellanos has left the meeting. Let the record show Trustee Castellanos left at 9:46.
She just said aye.
Trustee
Aye.
has just voted aye. Trustee Davis? Aye. Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-1. By a roll call vote to approve the 2021-2022 Special Education Local Plan Area Annual Service Plan and Annual Budget Plan.
Thank you, trustees.
With the explicit addendum of the date change and the document. So we need to add that to the motion.
Do I need to say that as a maker of the motion or just?
No, we can correct the motion. I just want to make sure it's in the record.
Okay. I'll correct my motion to add what superintendent said.
Okay, item number 56, declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Tim Brooks, you make that
Thank you.
presentation?
Thank you. Trustees, this is an annual item filed with the California Commission on Teaching Credentialing. It must be filed before school begins in case staffing needs require special permits or emergency credentials. The CTC after the item was submitted by staff. The item has been revised and copies are available in the back of the room. Staff is recommending the Board of Trustees approve this annual filing of the Declaration of Need for fully qualified educators. I'm available for any questions.
I move approval. President Jones.
Okay, we don't have any speakers on this item.
We do not.
We had one person who tried to speak on something else and we were going to put her on, on the budget. I'm sorry, is that correct?
57.
57, okay, all right. I'm sorry, trustee Hanachek moved approval and
I'll second.
Trustee Bronstein seconded. So any discussion? Okay, we call the roll, please, Mrs. Hayes?
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus? Trustee Castellanos?
Aye.
She's still there.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 601 by a roll call vote to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, then 57 is the budget adoption. Mr. Hampton, would you present this item?
Hi, thank you, trustees. So this is the budget for the 21-22 school year. In May, there was a preview of the budget. And while the presentation is being brought up, I'd like to thank Philippa Townsend, the Assistant Superintendent for Fiscal Services, and her staff for their work developing the budget. And she has a brief presentation to share with you the changes from the preview that you received in May till now.
Thank you, Clark. So just waiting for the presentation to come up. And this is a very short presentation, just 2 slides, just to update you as to the changes since last month. I'll go ahead and start talking. So this is the second look at the budget prior to the adoption tonight. The only difference with the budget you are seeing tonight versus the one you saw in May is the updated cost of living percentages, or COLAs, from the governor's May revised budget, which resulted in an additional $5 million in revenue per year. As you can see, the May budget showed some deficit spending, or you will be able to see in a minute. But with the updated budget, the revenue and expenditures are now in alignment. So any updates to this budget, such as those due to any updated enrollment numbers or revisions contained in the final state budget, which will be approved by the end of this month, will be brought back in September with the unaudited actuals. I still don't see the presentation, but with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions trustees might have.
Well, I seem to be having some issues with getting the presentation up, but the presentation is reflected in your books. Basically, what Philippa had mentioned is our deficit situation that we had presented in May with the changes in the governor's budget for next year. They essentially eliminated our projected deficit in the future. And so we expect even more changes in the budget when the governor finally agrees with the legislature, but they're still working on that. And so we see a much more improved budget picture for 21-22. So staff recommends approving the 21-22 adopted budget. Thank you.
Trustee Hanachek? Oh, that's right. We have a speaker. I'm sorry. Is our speaker on the line, or is she in person?
Michelle Palossal Campbell.
I thought that.
I don't have anything to say. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, your line is live.
I just wanted to thank Philippa for doing a fantastic job with the budget, and I appreciate her presentation, and I have no additional comments or questions.
We also want to see if the student that was here that was unable to speak at 32, we figured out a way to have her speak now, if she's on the line.
She wanted to speak on from Bridges, and she thanks the board for passing the consent item, and so she will not be speaking at this time, but she sends her thanks to the board.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Trustee Hanachek.
Okay. So this is fun, to have a budget like this. Thank you, Clark and Philippa. Not that you did anything about it.
It's now up on the screen, so that's it's reflected there.
Okay, so yes. So a couple things though, this windfall is, as folks talk in the education world, it may be one of a kind. So I think what I'm still looking at, because unfortunately we still have to be that fiduciary steward of every penny that comes in and out. So I haven't checked our website lately, but I think we're discussion of really looking at the ESA funds and how you are spending them. So kind of that transparency. Can we do something like that so that, because we have all these expenditure, we have things we're doing, we have a lot of changes. And I want folks to know that we are focused in using those funds in the way they're intended. And then my second part would be, is the fiscal cliff still there somewhere?
No, well, so there was the ADA hold harmless. So during the pandemic, they held school districts harmless for a drop in their enrollment. And that goes away the year after this.
Okay.
Or after next year. And there's a little bit of a dip because we're in declining enrollment. So then now we have to reflect that decline in enrollment. But it's very mild, and given the changes in the Department of Finance's projections for the COLAs in the future years, you can see that our ending fund balance is maintained with a very mild deficit there, very, very mild.
I don't know what I'm looking at. Why is there not red up there?
Well, so if we could go to the previous slide, this was what was presented in May.
Yeah, if we can see that, just because we need to.
If we can go back one slide.
Because we have to respect.
So that was what was presented in May.
Yeah,
And you can see that the decline in fund balance shows that increasing deficit spending. So now, as you saw before, the bars are more flat. So the deficit is erased purely by the changes in the future, higher COLA that the state's going to provide school districts next year, and the out years have a higher COLA.
Okay.
So that gives you this long-term benefit. What school districts are going to have to be grappling with is that, yes, there was this windfall and the governor is going to provide more funding to schools, but it's not like we're going to be rolling in the money.
Right.
But there also is the challenge of having to deal with the significant amount of one-time money that's been provided by the federal government last year, and the significant amount of one-time money that's being provided now that will be spent out over the next 2 years.
Yeah, so that's like the ESA 1, ESA 2 type of thing.
Right. So the CARES Act and then the American Rescue Plan, but that one-time money is a lot. But we'll be reporting to the board as we move through these next years, as we're spending this one-time money to meet the needs of students, to address learning loss, to continue to adapt to the pandemic as we move through it. We'll be sharing with the board our use of one-time money to do this work within the next 2 years, and continue to show how we look from not including that one-time money. So making sure that we have a balanced budget, and we're not relying on any of that one-time money to balance our budgets.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but when school districts move through the use of this one-time money, that will be the cliff, because there'll be no more one-time money after 2 years.
Right.
But we factor that into our projections for the board, so we don't hide, we're not masking anything as we look out into the future.
And I think, maybe our speaker's question was answered. I think the counselors that we were going to project to hire, those are part of, you put them into our budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that is separate from the ESA 1 and ESA 2.
Right.
And I think my just last comment that we all still need to be, even though it looks so wonderful, be mindful that CUSD is still probably one of the lowest funded school districts, and that our windfall was so much less because of that comparatively to our fellow colleagues' school district where she works, and so on and so forth. So we won't be able to be those drunken sailors on leave spending like crazy, but that's what we'll have to really watch and be able to, I need to be able to say, we spent this here, 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 and here. So however mechanism you can do for that, that'd be great.
Right. And we have a fiscal transparency dashboard on the website where people can look and see how money is spent.
That's wonderful. Okay, thank you. I would move the item, but I yield the floor.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek and seconded by trustee McNicholas. Any further trustee discussion? I don't see anybody else. So Mrs. Hayes, will you please call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Motion carries 601 by a roll call vote to adopt the 2021-2022 budget.
Okay, item number 58, CUSD's going back to school plan. This is regarding our 100% online programs for the 2021-22 school year. Dr. Merwin?
Thank you very much, Trustee Jones, Honorable Trustees, Superintendent Patel Brulte. It's my pleasure to present to you item 58, CUSD going back to school plan, 100% online programs for 2021-2022 school year. So as it states in the board reports, staff followed up as requested after the May 19th board meeting and reconfirmed the early registration data for the 100% online program with daily live instruction following a bell schedule. After confirming enrollments, as it states in the board report, registration numbers decreased from 820 to 302 for all grades combined, K through 12. As a result of the very low enrollments and the costly overstaffing that would be required to provide a strong educational program in this format, staff and the CAPE team recommend approval of expanding Capo Virtual K-8 and Cal Prep Academy to provide families with a quality online learning option. And staff does not recommend moving forward with the 100% online daily live instruction bell schedule program for these reasons. We are available for questions, and Principal Jolene Doherty is also in the room and is available as well.
I have a question. Can students move to the online program whenever they want? I'm only thinking that if, say, the mask mandate is lifted and we have parents that are still uncomfortable with that, would they at that point have a chance to move into online?
Our recommendation is not to allow that ongoing movement. We tried this, that was very challenging last year to have significant movement throughout the year. And so the recommendation would not be to allow it to happen multiple opportunities during the year. We would want a commitment, and then there would be set opportunities to return to in-person learning during the year, but not to go online whenever families would want that. So it's a significant commitment we would be asking for.
Can they go before the school year starts? Is that normally, how would it normally work, like in a non-COVID time?
Could I ask Jolene Doherty to explain
Okay.
what their normal procedure is for students? I know sometimes they spend a semester there and then they go back to their home school, or what their normal policy is.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. And yes, we typically enroll before the school year begins, and we have scheduled information meetings for parents on July 8th and 9th for any new coming parents. And then we enroll until the beginning of the school year.
But if something changes, they could disenroll at semester or quarter or?
Well, the way the law reads for independent study, once you're enrolled, at any time a student could go back to their CUSD school of residence if there's space. That is law for independent study. So as Dr. Merwin said, we would like a commitment from them, but once they're enrolled, if they do want to go back, they can. But on the other side, we would not want them to come in mid-semester or mid-trimester into the program. It's difficult to step in. It's like stepping into a community college course halfway. So we would ask parents to wait to join our program until a trimester or semester.
Trustees, we did not get our speakers brought in. I stepped away from the dais to blow my nose. I don't like to do that in public, and I lost track of where we were. So we have some speakers. Is anyone here, or are they only online?
Our first speaker is Seishu Gandham.
Before we start, can we just make sure there are students or not?
Yes. Good evening, board members. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. Appreciate everything that you have been doing ever since the pandemic started to step up with our challenges, the school system and the kids and families everybody is facing with your support. Having said that, you may think that I may be a special case, but I have a 7-year-old child going into second grade. He successfully completed online programming in the first grade. We had a great experience. Granted, there were challenges, but we still had a great experience with the rich live interaction with the teacher. There were 30 kids in his classroom. So the reason I want all of you to hear this carefully, my child is a at-risk child. He's asthmatic. His pediatrician said at all costs, try to keep him in online program. So we have been doing that. With all the struggles we are undergoing as parents, with both of us working and somehow steering this everything. So right now, what I'm hearing is the program C will be completely canceled in lieu of a program, probably a multi-school district genericized program where the live interaction with the teacher will be gone. So that is something hard to swallow for us. As many as parents I saw who are opposed to having their kids wearing masks, I'm really, really hopeful some of them will come back and join this online programming and want this program. So that's one thing. Number two is I want to say, Dr. Merwin, your stats that you said about the people who wanted this program to be enrollment from 800 to 300 drop, that number looks to me very, very suspicious to me. Not because you are misleading or anything, because I think the time factor with which these parents were asked double, the second two times, a lot of these parents didn't understand why the second time they have to answer the same question once they ask that they want to continue with online program. So with the result, the numbers that you see from 800 to 300 drop, that looks to me as a suspect number. We may have to revisit that number, and then before you make any, as a board, opt for any specific direction to cancel this. So these are the main two concerns. Then I want to say also, while departing, I think with elementary school kids not having vaccinated, that age group, highly being vulnerable, with people who have been talking about multi-symptom inflammatory syndrome kind of situation.
Time is up. We do need to move on
Yes.
to the next speaker. Thank you.
Yes, okay.
Next on my list is Clayton Reines. I have Tracy on the line, Tracy Reines and Clayton. They spoke earlier together. Tracy and Clayton, if you're still with us, you can unmute and go ahead.
Oh, this is Tracy speaking. Thank you. That was a mistake on our part for signing up. We've already spoke on the part that we wanted to. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker I have on my list is Divya. And I believe Divya has left the meeting. The next speaker is Krishna Vanka. Krishna, go ahead.
Hello, honorable members of CUSD. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak today. As the other member was talking about, we are told that program C is being canceled already. That's how the emails are being sent, because many people did not do the second confirmation. But this number is still not low. It's 300 plus families that are looking forward for this program because people don't want to wear masks. They don't want to follow the guidelines from the science people. Many parents feel that this whole second time reconfirmation process is unnecessary, confusing, and it has flaws. I already emailed Dr. Gregory about, all of you actually about it as a comment 2 days ago. And Dr. Gregory, he confirmed that there are more than 10 flaws in this process. He replied my email. And what's very interesting for me is that he said, you guys sent the second confirmation because you thought parents were confused about program C. All the people, every student in our district know what is the program C by now. So the 800 people who confirmed the first time, they clearly know what they're signing up for. And the second email was sent when kids were in break. Nobody got a chance to respond. I feel that we did not do the right job collecting this whole, why do we even need a second confirmation? I don't know. Program C is the word that we have been using all this time. Suddenly that was changed in the email to option 3, which was confusing. And then I also agree that our kids that are under age 12 are not getting vaccines. There are people on the call today talking about removing masks, and we are sending a proposal probably to the government about it. And some people said there is a minuscule chance of people getting sick. We are all educators. We are all here to take care of kids, and pandemic is not over for them. I only want to say one thing. No kid deserves to die getting education. And this online program has been a boon for everybody in this district. You have access budgets. You have showed that to us on the slide. You really need to reconsider and please fix the flaw of this second reconfirmation going from 800 to 300. That's just not right. We are anxious. We are struggling. We are trying to convince our kids the mask concept doesn't exist when kids are in front of the school with the teacher on a computer, and that problem disappears. And this is just not the right thing to do based on some random email that was sent second time. Did you reach the other 500 on why they did not confirm back? We should be doing that. That's a minimum responsibility. Why did you do that 10 days before, and why did you not do that? And Dr. Gregory, you have been great managing this whole thing last year. And you agreed with my email yesterday that there are more than 10 flaws in this process of getting the second confirmation. That's all I want to say. No kid should die. Not a single kid should die getting education. We all will be having blood on our hands if we do that.
Mr. Vanka, thank you so much for your time. We need to move on to our next speaker.
I'm done. Thanks. Yeah.
Lori McClaskey.
Hold on.
Would you please wait and we'll clean the podium.
Oh, sure. Hi, good evening again. I just wanted some reopening comments. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Is the CapoUSD COVID transmission rate on campus, is it 0? Or am I mistaken? It's 0? Okay, well, that's kind of important to keep that in mind. If it really is 0, it's 0. And we had a one school year, so that's a hard statistic there. Nobody can fudge that one. It either is or isn't. So I think we need to keep that in mind whenever you're making your decisions. And then having said that, I think that surveys are really important. I know, for example, my high schoolers, San Juan Hills was a ghost town last year. I don't know if anyone cares about that or why it was a ghost town, but I think surveys are important and they should be finding out, what the experience of students was and why so many students left. My daughters were one of the few that stuck it out for most of the school year, but by the end, they were just like, I couldn't get them to go to school anymore with the masks and the distancing. Their own teachers weren't in class. They were down to 3 kids. The 2 of the AP teachers weren't even there. My daughter's, why am I going to school? And I was arguing with her because I know in school is better, but after a while, so I just think you really need to look at what the experience was. They lost a lot of learning. And next year has to be better. They need to learn, and they need to learn the things that we're sending them to school for: reading, writing, arithmetic. I hear so much focus on hate, and I feel like you keep talking about hate to these little kids. Some little kids, that's not even on their radar. And instead, can't we go back to this maybe sounds naive and I'm going to admit it, but like kindness counts, being caring, accepting, being a good neighbor, building community. I know that sounds so naive and nowadays, but all this talk about hate, I think that we are focusing on divisions. We're making kids
it's the wrong focus. I know that. I know it's the wrong focus, that's for sure. And that's it. Thank you. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you so much. I wish you much wisdom in your decisions. I know they're big ones. Thank you.
The last speaker I have on my list is Eric Hollenbeck, and I believe he went home for the evening. So this concludes the speakers for item 58.
Okay, so we are back to trustee questions. Trustee McNicholas, do you have anything? Your light is on.
Yes, I'll defer to Dr. Merwin, but my understanding, and I know it was confusing, the first registration with the 800 wanting to go online, and then the second one, I mean, we trustees asked for that second confirmation because we were unsure, and this may be, the speakers may be focused on elementary, the way they talk program C. But the biggest drop in numbers was when we went back to our secondary students to explain that at a 100% online per the bell schedule program in secondary would not be able to include a lot of extracurriculars or electives or AP classes. They wouldn't be able to participate in sports or band or those sort of things. And the first, I don't want to say survey because it was a registration. We weren't sure that people understood that. And that was the reason for the second registration. That may not have made sense to an elementary family, especially if we started calling it program C and now it's option 3. But that's the reason, and I do trust those numbers. I believe that's why it reduced. So for those who are suspicious of how did it get down to 300? So I guess I'm answering that question, but I defer to Dr. Merwin.
Thank you, Trustee McNicholas. That was exactly what we wanted to confirm, was that families knew what they were registering for, that we remember from the past year that there was such a high value of families to be connected to their home school. So for example, we want to be really clear that they understood you are not connected to a home school or school of residence in any way with this program. We wanted to be very clear on the limited number of courses, on what this option really meant. I appreciate, and I apologize for the confusion with the program C versus option 3, but for secondary, we all know the online was program B. So you had B and C for last year. So we went with the options instead of the letters. So we apologize for the confusion with that. But we just wanted to be certain that people knew what they were registering for, and then also make sure that people were certain on what Capo Virtual and CalPrep could offer. And what I'm reflecting on from the speakers too is we're still giving them an outstanding virtual option. We're not forcing them to go back in person. They have an outstanding option in Principal Doherty's programs. And so that, I think we wanted to be clear on that as we returned out for that second registration to confirm that they knew, we're very clear on what that option was.
Thank you.
And I think Principal Doherty will do a great job at navigating the families and helping to answer questions and help families so that they can have the experience that they're looking for. And I don't see it as a negative, but rather a way that we can better support.
Yes, I said we're having information meetings for new families in July, and we're already starting registration and enrollment. We have a sign-up genius for them to enroll through us. And so if they want to enroll now, they can. They can also attend the meetings we have in July. And obviously, we're happy to answer any questions that they have also. But we are getting interest from those parents. They did receive a letter asking them if they want to enroll in Capstone Virtual or CalPrep, and we do have interest from them, and they are enrolling.
Trustee Hanchak?
Thank you. So originally, when we had to start our online school and our theory of action was that folks might get sick, right, and come in and out. So can you help me understand when we say we want them to start the school year, have we totally shut the door? Let's say I'm a Dana Hills High School student. I'm not well and I need to go online. How would that work?
This is after the school year started?
The school year started, so because remember, with COVID started, we needed to have an online component, first outside of your kids you already have, because they might get sick and they need to go to school and they may not be able to come back to school. So I'm just kind of looking, will we have a case by case and allow that opportunity for them to be with you? I get it that just can't by a whim, go back and forth, but so if they had a legitimate issue, they could then come to.
And that happens every single school year.
Okay.
So yes, we do it exactly that, case by case, what the situation is, and then we try to find the best fit for them. Sometimes it is Cal Prep or Capistrano Virtual. Sometimes it's home hospital. They may need that. So it's definitely case by case, and we work with all families to make sure they're in the right place.
Okay.
And Trustee Hanachek, I would also offer too, that if there, let's say a student is positive for COVID, we have independent study. We can
Okay.
follow our board policy for
Sure.
independent study so that the student can have the work, be home, and then they come back to their normal class after the isolation period. So we would have that option is always there for
Okay,
students
perfect.
too.
So I do echo Trustee Davis. I am very impressed with the Cal Prep program. I know it's not the independent study thing. Parents are still concerned about it. So I'm good to go. I do want to make a comment though, listening to the speakers. We need to message ASAP, because there's going to be a lot of confusion, that we haven't thrown out the mask requirement because you might see a lot more people coming online. So make sure that we message correctly what happened here tonight so that because listening to the speakers, I could feel like, this now is going to go this other way. So I really appreciate that if we can get that out as soon as possible, or the San Clemente Times will beat us to it, but maybe a correction if we need to then. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so where are we?
Do you need a motion? Unless Martha still has one item?
I still have a couple other questions.
Okay.
One is, did we hear anything back on the trailer bill that might affect what we could or couldn't offer at Cal Prep?
So the trailer bill for independent study, the meetings I've had, it looks like it's going to be not finalized until July 1st. So we do not have any definite answers to that. However, it does appear that there will be a requirement for daily participation. That was part of distance learning. What that looks like, we don't know yet. It could be just logging on. It could be checking in with a teacher. It could be a message from a teacher to a student.
Okay.
It also looks like there will be a requirement for weekly synchronous instruction. We don't know if that's every single course, if that's once a week for an hour, if it's once a week all day. Once again, we're waiting to find out more information about that. So that will change independent study for all students, depending what's in the trailer bill.
Okay. Okay, and my other one is, I was kind of ready to go with, oh yeah, whatever, you guys have done all this, you're the experts, we can do this. And then I look at the elementary numbers in this, so this probably doesn't affect you. I know it costs money, and that's the last page there. To eliminate combination classes, to do 100% online would cost us $200,000. Is that what I'm reading?
Yeah, so it's be overstaffing by 2 full-time teachers in order to eliminate those. As it shows there, the combos are all the way up the grade levels with the numbers. If you just staffed it on our standard ratios, standard staffing ratios, you'd have a K1, a 2-3, 3-4, and a 4-5.
Well, I guess I'm not.
Without the extra teachers.
I guess if our goal was on class size reduction to get that down to 24, right? Then I'm thinking we don't need a combo in 5th grade, we don't need a combo in 4th grade, we don't need a combo in 2nd grade. I'd go with the K1 as a combo and just overstaff for 3rd grade. That would be for 200 grand, I think that's a deal. But to be able to offer 100% online for elementary, I don't know. I don't know if that's how the rest of the board feels, or I know it's like, oh my God, we got to staff again. You know, we got to change our staffing. But that's really only, well, it'd be 6 teachers in total instead of 4. Yeah.
So are you saying you want to offer the 100% online?
For elementary?
Elementary,
I don't know whether,
with a bell schedule, with the principal, with the. So
I don't know what we do with the principal. We give it to Jolene anyway. She could have that. But for $200,000, I think that might be worth it for a year. I don't know where Clark's going to come up with that money, but
Well, again, ESSER funds are supposed to be spent on learning loss. This is not a learning loss issue or even a social emotional issue.
I could argue that.
But well, I mean, you can argue probably anything, not you, but a
Yeah, I
person
will.
can. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with these being all combos, a K1, a 2-3, a 3-4, and a 4-5. And if that's what people want, then we could offer that. But I don't think I can advocate spending another $200,000 to not have combos.
So we could do it current budget with 4 teachers to do online with all the combos?
May I share too, as we're thinking about this, that we heard from, and I know Joy would echo this, from the program C teachers, our 100% online elementary teachers. They overwhelmingly said a single grade was critical.
Okay.
That you don't, to try to manage a combo in an 100% online with a bell schedule, daily live instructions. So think about this, for 2 sets of grade levels, virtually, zooming in, zooming out all day long. We heard feedback
Okay, no, good to
how
know.
critical that was
Yeah.
to have 1 grade.
Okay,
So-
good to know, thank you.
Combos up and down the row would be extremely problematic for this
Okay.
program.
And I will echo that. The parents that have called me have asked those questions. Will this be combination classes? And they are concerned about that, if it would be combination classes online.
Okay, so then I guess the decision is if we want to have 100% online for elementary at all, we'd need to spend the money. But okay. Is anybody else on the board want to do that, or just say, forget it, let Jolene handle it?
I kind of like the Cal Prep and the Capo Virtual rather than a bell schedule with an online.
Okay.
I think I'm struggling with what's the best learning environment for the online student. I mean, we have spent sizable money. We spent a lot on Capo Forward schools. So this is our first time. So I wouldn't be able to discern that, I mean, Cal Virtual is fantastic. I guess I'm a non-educator, so I have to throw myself back at you all and think, I think Martha's bringing up some salient points, at this point, the money and the amount of money we sometimes spend in areas, it doesn't seem that much. And we're talking about what we really should be talking about, which is teaching and learning for that child. So help me out.
And maybe one thing that Principal Doherty could explain what the Capo Virtual option is, so that we have something to compare it with.
But like I said, the strength of Capistrano Virtual and Cal Prep are the teachers. There's a lot of one-on-one instruction between the teachers and the students. Every day, all of our teachers have individual appointments. So if a student has questions, a parent has questions, they need any type of instruction, they just go on to the teacher's Google Calendar and select an appointment time. So 5 days a week, they can meet with the teacher every single day if they would like to. So that's really the strength of our program, are those individual meetings. So basically the way the program works for K through 12 is there are lessons every day with embedded videos. So there are teachers teaching on a video. And what's nice about that, a student can rewatch that video 100 times, they can pause it. So the instruction is always there waiting for them. And then if there's something that they're struggling with or they don't understand, they can then meet with their teacher. So that's elementary, middle, and high school. And our math program in middle school and high school is very, very strong. We have phenomenal teachers, and I can say that students do meet every single day with those math teachers if they need assistance. And I would like to brag about our programs too. We have amazing teachers. I get compliments every year from parents. That's why I love the end of the school year. I get wonderful letters from all the parents complimenting our programs. And Cal Prep is the only high school in our district who has had 100% graduation every single year. And that speaks to the strength of our teachers. They get those students across the finish line every year, and they work one-on-one with them. And that is what our program is all about in elementary through high school.
All right, me too.
I personally had a daughter that went through 8th grade and did the Capo virtual, and then she did 2 classes through Cal Prep this last semester. So I can speak to the caliber of teaching and the one-on-one instruction and the assistance and the guidance and the help for families. So those that are still listening, I would absolutely reach out to Principal Doherty, and I'm sure she can answer any questions that you have. And I'm in. I vote yes.
And if I may, trustees, just to reiterate too, that this came from the CAPE team, this came from the action labs that looked at the strengths of the current programs, considered the issues from this year from Program C teachers, as well as our secondary online teachers. And we strongly recommend an established program that is successful to be our online option for our students. And so I just want to reiterate that we really think that's our best educational option.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
So I think that was trustee McNicholas first and trustee Hanachek second, correct? Mrs. Hayes, can you call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos absent. Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Motion carries 601 by a roll call vote to approve the online program options of the CUSD going back to school plan for the 2021-2022 school year.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, the next one is item 59. Mr. Brooks, would you present this item?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Jones. Trustees, tonight we have the initial proposal to a recommendation to adopt the district's initial proposal to CSEA for the 2021-22 school year. Since we're on the topic of negotiations, I do want to thank President Whalen and CSEA leadership for all of the negotiations that have occurred throughout the pandemic and being able to get to this point. So this is opening negotiations for 21-22. I'm available for any questions.
We did
Trustee
have one
comments?
speaker
Oh, yes,
registered
that's
to
right. We have
vote,
one speaker.
and that was Susan Saucedo, but she is no longer with us. I just want to acknowledge that she did register.
Okay. Trustee questions, comments? I would entertain a motion to approve this item.
So moved.
Moved by trustee McNicholas and second by trustee Bronstein. Would you call the roll, Mrs. Hayes?
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis? Aye. Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Motion carries 601 by a roll call vote to adopt the district's initial proposal to CSEA.
Thank you, trustees.
Okay, item 60, board action to adopt the district's initial proposal to Capistrano Unified Education Association for 2021-22 reopen negotiations. Mr. Brooks?
Thank you, Trustee Jones. Again, I'd like to start by thanking CUEA President Joy Schnapper, Greg Young, Chief Negotiator, for all their work, efforts, and negotiations during the pandemic. Tonight, there's a recommendation for trustees to adopt the district's initial proposal for the 21-22 school year. I'm available for any questions.
I move approval.
Moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee,
Davis.
was it Davis? Okay. And we have no further speaker requests for tonight. So then I would ask do we have any trustee discussion? Then Mrs. Hayes, will you call the roll?
Trustee Brownstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
The motion carries 601 by a roll call vote to adopt the district's initial proposal to CUEA.
Okay. Item 62, recommendation to approve contract for employment of associate superintendent, education and support
Trustee Jones,
services.
please go back to 61.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I skip one? Uh-oh. Oh, yes. Board action to adopt the district's initial proposal to general truck drivers, office food and warehouse union, Teamsters Local 952 for 2021-22 reopener negotiations. Mr. Brooks.
Thank you again. And I would like to start by thanking Sam Carlin with Teamsters and Teamsters leadership for their collaborative efforts during the pandemic and negotiations. Tonight's recommendation is to approve the initial proposal from the district to the Teamsters Union.
Move approval.
Second. Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Bronstein. We call the roll.
Trustee Brownstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis.
Here. Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
The motion carries 601 by a roll call vote to adopt the district's initial proposal to the Teamsters.
Okay, now number 62, recommendation to approve contract for employment of associate superintendent education and support services, July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2023. Superintendent Patel.
Great. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefit increase as set forth in the proposed contract for employment of the Associate Superintendent, Education and Support Services between the Capistrano Unified School District and Dr. Greg Merwin. The term of the contract between the district and the Associate Superintendent is from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2023. The Associate Superintendent shall be paid the annual salary for the 2021-2022 fiscal year, $220,000. The Associate Superintendent shall be paid annual salary for the 2022-2023 fiscal year of $225,500. Other elements of compensation listed in the contract include doctoral stipend of $2,064, provided he has a doctorate degree. The stipend will be prorated if the degree is completed after the start of a school year. Eligibility to receive the longevity stipend available to all district certificated administrators pursuant to the certificated management compensation schedule once he has attained the requisite number of years with the 2017-18 as the first qualifying school year. The district shall provide $250 monthly stipend for mileage. The district shall provide $35 monthly stipend for maintenance of a cellular telephone. The district shall provide all fringe benefits that are granted to other certificated and classified employees, including but not limited to health and welfare and retiree benefits. The district shall pay for necessary expenses associated with professional growth activities approved by the board. The district shall pay the Associate Superintendent's membership dues in Association of California School Administrators and in one other professional organization selected by the Associate Superintendent approved by the Superintendent. 24 days of annual vacation with pay exclusive of holidays, 12 days of annual sick days. We have no speaker cards. Trustee Davis? Oh, sorry. Is there any trustee discussion on this item? Well, let's see. I guess I would just like to say that we have a few employees that we are very interested in retaining, that it would be difficult for us to continue operations if they were to suddenly. And so we are putting them on contract as many districts in California. Colleen, I think there's an open mic.
Okay, so would someone, did we move approval?
First, I have to clarify, we don't have just a few employees we'd like to retain.
Well,
You know,
sorry,
like,
yes.
hello, like everyone, and I move approval.
Second.
Second,
Okay, I'll give it to Judy. Judy said second.
Moved by trustee Hanachek and second by trustee McNicholas. Mrs. Hayes, would you call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Willikis.
aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries by a 6-0-1 roll call vote to approve the contract for employment agreement between the district and the Associate Superintendent, Education and Sports Services.
Okay, item 63. Yes, of course, we have more than a few employees we're trying to retain. Okay, item 63, recommendation to approve contract for employment of Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services, July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2023.
Okay, pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefit increases set forth in proposed contract for employment of Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services between the Capistrano Unified School District and Mr. Tim Brooks. The term of the employment contract between the district and Associate Superintendent from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. The Associate Superintendent shall be paid an annual salary for the 2021-22 fiscal year of $217,553. The Associate Superintendent shall be paid the annual salary for the 2022-23 fiscal year of $222,992. Other elements of compensation listed in the contract include doctoral stipend amount of $2,064, provided he has a doctorate degree. The stipend will be prorated if the degree is completed after the start of the school year. Eligibility to receive longevity stipend available to all district certificated administrators pursuant to the certificate management compensation schedule once he's attained that requisite number of years with the 2018-19 as the first qualifying school year. The district shall provide a $250 monthly stipend for mileage. The district shall provide $35 monthly stipend for maintenance of a cellular telephone. The district shall provide all fringe benefits that are granted to other certificated and classified employees, including but not limited to health and welfare and retiree benefits. The district shall pay for necessary expenses associated with professional growth activities approved by the board. The district shall pay the associate superintendent's membership dues and associate school administrators, AXA, and in one other professional organization selected by the associate superintendent, approved by the superintendent, 24 days of annual vacation with pay, exclusive of holidays, 12 days of annual sick leave.
Trustee comments or a motion to approve? Move approval.
Motion to approve,
Second. Okay.
second,
Okay, I'm gonna take trustee McNicholas motion and trustee Bullock second. Mrs. Hayes, will you call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Willikis.
aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0-1 by a roll call vote to approve the contract for employment agreement between the district and the Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services.
Item 64, recommendation to approve amendment number 5 to amended contract for employment of Deputy Superintendent Business and Support Services, July 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2015. Superintendent Vital Brulti, will you please present?
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides a oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefit increases set forth in the proposed amendment number 5 to the contract for employment of Deputy Superintendent between the Capistrano Unified School District and Mr. Clark Hampton. The term of the amendment employment contract between the district and Deputy Superintendent is extended through June 30th, 2025. The other elements of compensation listed in the contract include Deputy Superintendent shall receive a one-time lump sum payment of $1,500 that is available to all district managers and bargaining unit employees. Deputy Superintendent is eligible for longevity stipend available to district managers pursuant to the KUMA salary schedule. All of the terms of employment contract remain in full force and effect.
Trustee comments or a motion to approve? I'll move.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Davis and second by Trustee Bronstein. Will you please call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Motion carries by a 601 roll call vote to approve amendment number 5 to amended contract for employment agreement between the district and the Deputy Superintendent, Business and Support Services.
Number 65, recommendation to approve amendment number 6 to the employment agreement between the Board of Trustees of the Capistrano Unified School District and Kirsten M. Vital, Superintendent, August 26, 2014 to June 30th, 2025. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefit increase as set forth in the proposed amendment number 6 to contract for employment of superintendent between the Capistrano Unified School District and Ms. Kirsten Vital. The term of the amended employment contract between the district and superintendent is extended through June 30th, 2025. There is no fiscal impact. All other terms of the employment contract remain in full force and effect. Any trustee discussion? I would entertain a motion to approve this item.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, moved by Trustee Bullicus and second by Trustee McNicholas. Please call the roll.
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Motion carries by a 601 roll call vote to approve amendment number 6 for the employment agreement between the district and Kirsten M. Vital, Superintendent.
So I need to ask the board to extend the meeting.
Move to extend the meeting.
Another.
11:15.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Trustee McNicholas, second by Trustee Hanachek. Ms. Hayes, will you call the roll on that item?
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Motion carries 601 to extend the meeting.
Number 66, trustee request resolution number 2021-51, resolution in support of the Action for Spent Fuel Coalition's Now Coalition. Solutions Now Coalition. Trustee McNicholas?
Yes, as you undoubtedly know, San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station is a retired commercial nuclear power plant that went into service in 1968 and was retired in 1992. Units 2 and 3 began in 83 and 84, and respectively were both shut down on June 7th, 2013. The decommissioning of a retired nuclear power plant is a well-defined nuclear regulatory commission process that involves safely transferring spent fuel into storage and dismantling structures and disposal of radioactive components and materials from the site. Since 2013, SONGS has been in a decommissioning process, and as of August 2020, all spent nuclear fuel has been packaged in stainless steel canisters designed for both storage and transportation. SONGS is operated by Southern California Edison and co-owned by SCE, San Diego Gas and Electric, and the city of Riverside. Under the Nuclear Waste Policy Act of 1982, the federal government was required by law and executed contracts with nuclear power providers to take possession of and dispose of spent nuclear fuel back in 1998. Utility customers nationwide have paid nearly $41 billion into the nuclear waste fund intended to pay for the removal of spent nuclear fuel. While Yucca Mountain, Nevada was designated initially as the proposed deep geological repository storage facility, the project has been strongly opposed by Nevada representatives and has been unfunded since 2010, despite several attempts to restart the project. Spent fuel can be stored for decades at the Song site per NRC license, but Edison cannot complete the decommissioning of the plant and restore the land until the federal government takes action to facilitate an off-site solution. The strategic plan for relocation of Song spent nuclear fuel to an off-site storage facility or repository was developed. The plan was developed for Edison by an independent team of national experts and recommends the formation of a coalition of stakeholders to advocate for a federal solution to identify a licensed facility that can accept the spent fuel. Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now is a group of local governments, elected officials, utilities, environmental groups, labor groups, Native American groups, business organizations, and a community of members who support the relocation of spent nuclear fuel to a federally licensed facility away from our coastline. The intention of this resolution is not to either support nor condemn any past actions of Southern California Edison, but rather to lend our voice to this coalition. With that, I do say there is one omission in the last whereas. The action for spent fuel solutions now has a superscript 1 that should have at the bottom of the document a link to the website for Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now Coalition, which is missing on the document.
Okay.
With that, I would I'd offer to answer any questions.
Trustee comments?
Yes, I have a comment.
Yes.
First off, thank you, Martha, for bringing this forward. For those of us who live down south, San Onofre's caused endless anxiety. When 9/11 happened, our students, at least my kids and all of their peers, that's their twin towers. They were worried to death that the planes would go into them. So, but that said, I'd be remiss if I did not point out the work of Congressman Levin. For the first time, and since I've lived in that area, which is over 40 years, he hit the ground running. And to his credit, he has created the Spent Fuel Prioritization Act. He has launched a major task force, which there are partners between the two. Increased nuclear safety protocols for extended canister transfers, INSPECT Act. He has also Spent Nuclear Fuel Solutions Research and Development Act, and a lot more. I can't help but thinking that if he had been elected going back when this decommissioning was starting, that we would be farther ahead on the game. So that said, I still have a little concerns because it is a lobbying entity, but I would definitely support your motion. And I would move the item because I agree that the federal government should step up.
I will comment that I too appreciate Mike Levin's, and he is supportive of this conversationally. He can't sign on to it because it is a mechanism to lobby federal legislators, of which he is one. Now, we know he's supportive, but his name can't be on it. But we really appreciate his work on that. Thank you, Amy.
I second the motion to approve.
Okay, so moved by Trustee McNicholas, or no, who? Trustee Hanachek, and seconded by Trustee Bullicus. Ms. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bronstein?
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus?
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis? Aye. Trustee Hanachek?
Aye.
Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
Motion carries 601 by a roll call vote to adopt resolution number 2021-51, resolution in support of the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now Coalition. And trustee McNicholas would like to make sure that we add the citation at the bottom.
Yeah. Okay, we're now going back to item number 44, which was pulled from the consent calendar.
That was me.
Yes. Let's see. Do we need a
We're good. It's
presentation on
till
that?
11:15. What do you say?
Yeah, do we need a presentation on that, or would you like to?
No.
Okay.
I just have a comment. I will pass this item. It's just, and I was so articulate. I had written some things up about consent calendars. They're at home. So, because I knew it would be at 11 o'clock at night that I would be doing this. So my comment is, to me, this is the exciting, and it's also the type of information that should not be on consent. So I would like to see something like this, especially there's a monetary component to it. There's some new job descriptions that were not with our last job descriptions that came forward. And I would like an opportunity to have had this, with the presentation and so on and so forth. But right now, I'm happy to move the item. I will have future comments around this new task that our communications officer is being tasked with. I have been thinking a lot and think it may be something that still needs to be decentralized. So there's a lot of things that I will just share. It's not my wheelhouse to decide on that, but I think there's some interesting directions to go. This is interesting work. When it doesn't do well, we hear about it. When communication, et cetera, it doesn't happen. So I will move the item. But I just would like us to be more mindful of what's on the consent calendar.
Okay, so can I have a second?
I'll second.
Trustee Bronstein. So moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Bronstein. Mrs. Hayes, will you call the roll?
Trustee Bronstein. Aye. Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 601 to approve item 44, consider and approve. Can't see my screen.
Okay, then I think I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Second.
Let's see, I'm sorry, trustee Bronstein moved, no,
Trustee Davis.
trustee Davis moved and trustee Hanachek seconded. Would you call the roll, Mrs. Hayes?
Trustee Bronstein. Aye. Trustee Bullockis.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos is absent. Trustee Davis. Aye. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries by a 601 roll call vote to adjourn the meeting. The time is now 11:02 p.m.
I know, it was moving too fast.